Hello there and welcome to Life Beyond Seen, where curiosity dives deep, science drifts slowly, and even the coldest corners of our planet hold stories worth staying awake for. Tonight, I'd like to take you somewhere few humans have ever glimpsed, a place where sunlight never reaches, where the weight of the world quite literally presses down with unimaginable force, and where life, against all odds, endures. Before we begin our descent, I'm curious, where are you listening from tonight? And what's the world like above you right now? Maybe there's rain tapping against your window, or maybe it's the quiet hum of night. Perhaps you're far from the sea entirely, and the idea of a deep Arctic trench feels like another planet. Wherever you are, I'm glad you're here. And if this slow journey into the unknown feels soothing or stirs your sense of wonder, I'd be grateful if you gave this video a like or subscribed. It helps this little corner of calm reach more curious minds. Now settle in, slow your thoughts, and let's begin our descent into the Molloy Deep, a place that reminds us that even in darkness, life finds a way to persist. Far north, beyond the familiar coasts and shifting ice flows, beneath waters that seem too cold and too distant to conceal anything of consequence, lies a chasm carved into the seafloor. The Molloy Deep, part of the Fram Strait between Greenland and Svalbard, plunges to a depth of about 5,150 metres, deeper than any other point in the Arctic Ocean. On maps, it's often marked by a simple contour line, a shallow indentation in an ocean of blue. But that line hides a world as alien as the surface of Mars. It is a realm of permanent night, of silence so profound that the loudest sounds are the slow cracking of ice far above or the faint hum of distant currents. It's a place that exists beyond the reach of ordinary human experience, and yet it is as much a part of Earth as the skies we look at every day. Reaching this abyss is no small feat. The Arctic itself is one of the harshest environments on Earth, locked in ice for much of the year and prone to violent storms and unpredictable shifts in weather. Even today, with advanced technology and hardened research vessels, expeditions here are rare. The Molloy Deep has been visited directly only a handful of times, and each time it reveals something new. A fragment of an ecosystem, a glimpse of geological processes still shaping the planet, or an organism that seems to defy the limits of biology. To truly understand what survives here, we have to first understand what makes this place so different from anywhere else on Earth. As we descend through the water column, the world changes with every metre. Light fades quickly, filtered and scattered, until even the brightest sun above becomes little more than a pale memory. Within the first 100 metres, colours begin to vanish. Reds and oranges disappear first, then yellows and greens, until only deep blues remain. By the time we pass 1,000 metres, even those are gone. Down here, light is not a constant, but a fleeting visitor, and below a certain depth, it never returns. The water grows colder too, dropping close to freezing but never quite solidifying, held in a liquid state by the immense pressure. That pressure builds relentlessly with every metre, increasing by about 1 atmosphere for every 10 metres of depth. By the time we reach the bottom of the Molloy Deep, the weight of the water above is more than 500 times what we feel at sea level. Imagine the pressure of a family car balanced on a single fingernail. That's roughly what every square centimetre of surface endures here. It's a world that would crush most machines and tear apart the cells of most organisms, and yet it is not empty. In fact, it's teeming with life, though not the kind we might imagine from shallower seas. The inhabitants of this realm are small, slow, and exquisitely adapted to their environment. They have evolved strategies to cope with the crushing pressure, the near-freezing temperatures, the absence of light, and the scarcity of food. Many of them are transparent or bioluminescent, their bodies ghostly and faint in the dark. Others are built with flexible membranes and pressure-resistant proteins that prevent their cells from collapsing. Some drift through the water column like living snowflakes, catching whatever organic particles sink down from the world above. Others lie buried in the sediment, metabolizing slowly and waiting patiently for the next morsel to arrive. The source of their sustenance is as remarkable as their adaptations. With no sunlight to drive photosynthesis, the base of the food web here relies on what scientists call marine snow, a constant rain of organic matter drifting down from the surface. Tiny particles of dead plankton, fragments of plants and animals, bits of fecal matter, and other detritus slowly sink over weeks or months, eventually settling on the seafloor like dust. It's a meagre supply compared to the abundance of energy available near the surface, but it's enough to sustain a surprising diversity of life. Some of that snow is intercepted by filter-feeding organisms on the way down. Some is consumed by scavengers that roam the seafloor in search of anything edible. And some is broken down by bacteria, whose metabolic activity forms the foundation of the abyssal ecosystem. But marine snow is only part of the story. In some areas of the deep sea, life draws energy from chemical reactions rather than sunlight. Hydrothermal vents and cold seeps, places where mineral-rich fluids seep from the seafloor, can support entire communities based on chemosynthesis. Here, bacteria convert chemicals like hydrogen sulfide or methane into energy, forming the base of a food web that includes worms, clams, and even fish. These oases of life are rare in the Arctic, but they do exist, and their presence suggests that even in the most remote and inhospitable corners of the ocean, life will find a foothold if energy is available. Exploring such places is a challenge even for modern science. The pressure is too great for divers, and the darkness too complete for conventional cameras. Most of what we know about the Molloy Deep and similar trenches comes from remotely operated vehicles and autonomous submersibles, machines built to withstand the crushing depths and equipped with lights, cameras and sensors. These robotic explorers have revealed landscapes that are both alien and strangely beautiful. Vast plains of fine sediment, scattered boulders carried by ancient glaciers, steep walls carved by tectonic forces, and occasional signs of life. A pale sea cucumber inching slowly across the mud, a swarm of tiny crustaceans dancing in the glow of artificial light, a translucent fish hovering in the water column like a ghost. What makes the Molloy Deep especially fascinating is its isolation. Unlike the great trenches of the Pacific, which are part of vast and interconnected deep ocean systems, the Molloy Deep is tucked within a small icebound sea. It is a pocket of abyssal habitat surrounded by shallower basins and continental shelves, and that isolation has likely shaped the life that exists here. Species may have evolved along unique trajectories, adapting to conditions that differ subtly but significantly from those in other deep-sea environments. Studying them offers not just a glimpse into the resilience of life, but also clues about how ecosystems evolve in isolation, a theme that echoes far beyond Earth into the icy oceans of moons like Europa and Enceladus, where similar conditions might exist. The geological story of this place is just as compelling as the biological one. The Molloy Deep sits at the intersection of tectonic plates, a scar left by the slow rifting of Earth's crust. Over millions of years, the Eurasian and North American plates have been drifting apart, creating a spreading ridge along the floor of the Arctic Ocean. The Molloy Deep is part of this rift system, a place where the crust has thinned and sunk, forming a basin that plunges deeper than the surrounding seafloor. Its steep walls and flat floor speak to the immense forces at work here, forces that continue to shape the Arctic landscape today. Earthquakes occasionally ripple through the region, and volcanic activity far below the surface hints at the dynamic processes still unfolding in the planet's interior. For all its isolation, the Molloy Deep is not cut off from the rest of the world. It is influenced by the slow movement of ocean currents, by the seasonal rhythms of ice melt and freeze, and by the global circulation of water that links the Arctic to the Atlantic and beyond. Changes in the surface environment, from warming temperatures to shifting ice cover, ripple downward over time, altering the conditions of the deep. Even here, where change seems glacial and time feels almost suspended, the fingerprints of human activity are starting to appear. Tiny fragments of plastic have been found in deep sea sediments, carried by currents from distant shores. Chemical pollutants too have made their way into these remote waters. The abyss is not as untouched as it once was, and yet life persists. In fact, it may be more resilient than we imagine. The organisms of the deep have survived countless cycles of glaciation, dramatic shifts in sea level, and changes in ocean chemistry that would have wiped out less adaptable forms of life. Their strategies for survival, slow growth, low metabolism, flexible physiology, are precisely what make them capable of enduring environmental upheaval. In studying them, scientists hope to learn not just about life in the deep sea, but about the capacity of life itself to persist under pressure, scarcity, and change. This is part of why the Molloy Deep holds such fascination. It is not merely a geographical feature or curiosity of oceanography. It is a living laboratory, a place where biology, geology, chemistry, and physics converge under some of the most extreme conditions on Earth. Each expedition into its depths adds a piece to the puzzle, revealing not just new species or geological formations, but new insights into the nature of adaptation, resilience, and interconnectedness. The lessons learned here ripple outward, informing our understanding of ecosystems across the planet and even guiding our search for life beyond it. And there is still so much we do not know. Vast stretches of the Molloy Deep remain unexplored. The full diversity of its inhabitants is still a mystery, as are the ways they interact and adapt to their environment. We do not yet fully understand the chemical dynamics of its waters, the geological processes shaping its floor, or the subtle ways climate change is influencing its ecosystem. Each dive reveals surprises, species that defy classification, chemical signatures that hint at unseen processes, landscapes that reshape our assumptions about the deep ocean. The abyss keeps its secrets well, and unlocking them will require patience, persistence, and imagination. For now, though, it is enough to know that beneath the ice and waves, in the cold and crushing darkness, life endures. It is not the vibrant, bustling life we see on coral reefs or in sunlit shallows. It is quieter, slower, more deliberate, but it is no less remarkable. It thrives where light cannot reach, where pressure would crush unprotected flesh, where food arrives in a slow, steady drizzle rather than a feast. It has found ways to build, to grow, to reproduce, and to endure in a place that seems, at first glance, utterly inhospitable. And in doing so, it reminds us that life's reach extends far beyond what we can easily see or imagine. As we drift deeper into this world, it's worth pausing to think about what this means. The Malloy Deep is a place that challenges our assumptions about where life can exist, about how ecosystems function, about the boundaries of adaptation. It forces us to rethink ideas we might have held about the conditions necessary for life. And it suggests that if life can thrive here, in this cold, dark, isolated pit at the top of the world, it might also thrive in places we've long considered barren. The icy oceans beneath the crust of Europa or Enceladus, the ancient subsurface seas that might once have existed on Mars, even the deep, high-pressure environments beneath the surfaces of exoplanets orbiting distant stars. The Malloy Deep, in all its darkness and silence, is not just a curiosity of Earth, it's a model for understanding life itself. And so we continue our slow descent, guided not by sunlight but by curiosity, sinking deeper into the Arctic abyss. Ahead lies a world stranger still, a realm of creatures that have turned transparency into an art form and survival into a quiet triumph. What thrives in the shadows where pressure reigns supreme? What shapes of life drift through this silent water, unseen and unbothered by the turmoil above? Let's keep going deeper still, because the story of the Malloy Deep has only just begun. Beneath the restless waters of the Fram Strait, far beyond the reach of sunlight and human eyes, lies a landscape that did not simply appear, it was forged. The Molloy Deep, that cold, dark wound in the Arctic seafloor, is not just a depression in the ocean basin. It is the result of hundreds of millions of years of planetary motion, of continents drifting and crust stretching, of ice carving and sediment settling. To understand what survives in Earth's Arctic abyss, we must first understand how that abyss came to be at all. Because in the story of the Molloy Deep, life is only the most recent chapter. The first chapters were written in rock and water, in collisions and separations, in forces that move continents and reshape oceans. Long before the Arctic Ocean looked anything like it does today, the northernmost regions of Earth were unrecognizable. More than 300 million years ago, what is now the Arctic was locked inside the heart of a supercontinent called Pangaea. Continents that now scattered around the globe were fused together into a single landmass, and the Arctic Ocean did not yet exist. Instead, shallow seas lapped against the edges of ancient cratons, and the poles themselves were sometimes covered by warm, swampy forests. The world was younger then, and the tectonic forces that move Earth's crust had a different configuration. But nothing on Earth stays still forever. Slowly, inexorably, the supercontinent began to break apart, driven by convection currents deep within the mantle. Magma welled up along fractures, forcing the plates to drift apart. As they did, new ocean basins formed, mountains rose, and the outlines of continents began to shift into forms we might begin to recognize. The story of the Molloy Deep begins with that tectonic dance. Around 60 million years ago, as the supercontinent's fragments continued their slow migration, a new ocean basin began to open in the north. The spreading of the mid-Atlantic ridge, the immense underwater mountain chain that snakes down the center of the Atlantic, extended into the Arctic region. This process split the ancient crust, creating the Eurasian basin and setting the stage for the Arctic Ocean's deep basins. It was a slow process by any human measure. The plates moved only a few centimeters per year, but over millions of years, that slow motion created vast new landscapes. Ridges rose from the seafloor, faults opened, and deep basins formed where the crust thinned and sagged. The Molloy Deep sits within this tectonic framework. It is part of the Molloy Fracture Zone, a segment of the plate boundary where the North American and Eurasian plates are slowly pulling apart. This rift is a continuation of the mid-Atlantic ridge, reaching into the Arctic like a deep scar. Where the crust is weakest, it stretches and thins, forming a valley. Over time, this valley deepens as new crust is created at the spreading ridge, and the plates move apart. The Molloy Deep represents one of the deepest points in the system, a place where the rifting has gone furthest, pulling the crust down to more than 500 meters below the surface. It's tempting to think of the seafloor as static, a fixed and unchanging landscape hidden beneath the waves. But nothing could be further from the truth. The ocean floor is dynamic, constantly reshaped by the forces of plate tectonics, volcanic activity, and sedimentation. Even now, the North American and Eurasian plates continue their slow divergence, widening the basin by a few centimeters each year. With each passing millennium, the Molloy Deep evolves, not in ways we can easily see in a human lifetime, but on geological timescales that measure change in millions of years. Earthquakes occasionally ripple through the region, subtle reminders that the crust here is under tension. These tremors are usually too deep or too weak to be felt at the surface, but they are signs of a restless planet still at work on its hidden architecture. Volcanic processes, too, have played their part. Along the spreading ridges, magma rises from the mantle, creating new crust as it cools. These eruptions build underwater mountains known as seamounts and contribute to the rugged topography of the basin. Over time, as the crust moves away from the ridge, it cools and contracts, becoming denser and sinking lower into the mantle. This gradual subsidence deepens the basin further, carving out the troughs and valleys that define the Arctic's deep sea floor. The Molloy Deep is one of these features, a product of both the stretching of the crust and its subsequent cooling and sinking. But geology alone does not tell the full story. The Arctic environment has added its own layers to the Molloy Deep's formation. During the repeated cycles of glaciation that have shaped the region, over the past 2.5 million years, massive ice sheets advanced and retreated across the polar landscape. As they did, they carved valleys, transported sediments, and altered ocean circulation patterns. When the ice sheets melted, they released vast quantities of fresh water into the ocean, influencing currents and stratification. Glacial erosion on land delivered sediments to the continental shelves, where they were eventually carried into deeper waters by turbidity currents, underwater avalanches of mud and sand that raced down the continental slopes and deposited layers of sediment on the abyssal plains. Over hundreds of thousands of years, these processes built up a thick blanket of sediments on the seafloor. Even in the Molloy Deep, where the basin floor lies far below the reach of waves and storms, layers of fine particles continue to settle. Each grain tells a story, of distant rivers eroding mountains, of ice grinding over rock, of plankton blooming and dying in sunlit waters far above. Together they form a geological archive, a layered record of climate change, glaciation, and ocean circulation stretching back millions of years. Scientists can read this record by drilling cores from the seafloor, analysing the composition of the sediments, and reconstructing the history of the Arctic environment. The deep basin's isolation has also been shaped by the unique geography of the Arctic Ocean. Unlike the great ocean basins of the Pacific and Atlantic, which are open and connected to the global ocean, the Arctic is almost landlocked, bordered by continents and shallow continental shelves. It connects to the Atlantic only through narrow gateways like the Fram Strait, the very strait that cradles the Molloy Deep. This restricted connection influences the circulation patterns of Arctic waters, the exchange of heat and nutrients, and the distribution of sediments. It also means that the Molloy Deep has evolved in relative isolation, its conditions distinct from those of the wider world ocean. The Fram Strait itself is a fascinating piece of the puzzle. Named after the Norwegian polar exploration ship Fram, it is the only deep water connection between the Arctic Ocean and the North Atlantic. Cold, dense Arctic waters flow southward through the strait, while warmer Atlantic waters push northward, delivering heat that influences sea ice and climate. This exchange is part of the global thermohaline circulation, the vast planet-spanning system of currents that redistributes heat and nutrients around the world. The Molloy Deep sits within this dynamic flow, influenced by the interplay of water masses with very different origins. Over time, these currents shape the deep basin, transporting sediments, redistributing nutrients, and influencing the distribution of life. The making of a hidden world is not just about rocks and water, it's about time. The Molloy Deep is a product of immense spans of time measured not in years or centuries, but in millions of years. The plates that form Earth's crust move at the pace of fingernail growth, yet over geological epochs they can open oceans and close them again, build mountains taller than Everest and erase them just as thoroughly. The sediments that accumulate on the seafloor do so grain by grain, each layer perhaps only a millimetre thick, but over hundreds of thousands of years they form deposits hundreds of metres deep. Even the biological communities that inhabit the deep sea evolve slowly, their adaptations honed over millions of generations. The Molloy Deep is a monument to deep time, a reminder that the planet we inhabit is never truly still. It's also a reminder that Earth is a system, that what happens in one part of the planet can ripple outward and shape distant regions in unexpected ways. The tectonic forces that created the Molloy Deep were driven by convection currents deep within Earth's mantle, currents that are themselves influenced by the planet's internal heat and the radioactive decay of elements forged in ancient stars. The sediments that blanket its floor are derived from mountains thousands of kilometres away, ground down by glaciers and rivers and carried by currents to the edge of the Arctic shelf. Even the water that fills the basin is part of a global circulation system that connects the poles to the tropics, the surface to the deep, the past to the present. Understanding how this hidden world formed isn't just a matter of geological curiosity. It's essential to understanding the conditions that shape life here. The depth of the basin determines the pressure that organisms must endure. The composition of the sediments influences the chemistry of the seafloor and the availability of nutrients. The circulation patterns govern the delivery of oxygen and food particles. Even the basin's isolation plays a role, influencing the evolution of species and the structure of ecological communities. Life and landscape are intertwined, each shaping and shaped by the other over vast spans of time. The Molloy Deep story is still being written. As the plates continue to move, the basin will evolve. As climate change alters the Arctic environment, ice cover, currents, and sediment supply will shift. These changes will ripple down to the depths, subtly reshaping the conditions of the abyss. Perhaps new species will evolve, better adapted to the changing environment. Perhaps existing communities will migrate, contract, or expand. The hidden world is not static. It is alive with motion, even if that motion is too slow for us to see. And as we piece together the history of the Molloy Deep, we gain not just knowledge of a remote Arctic trench, but a deeper understanding of the forces that shape our planet. The same processes that built this abyss have built mountains, opened oceans, and created the landscapes we inhabit. The same currents that flow through its depths connect all the world's oceans into a single global system. The same sediments that settle silently onto its floor carry the stories of continents, climates, and ecosystems from across the planet. The Molloy Deep is, in a very real sense, a microcosm of Earth itself, shaped by the same forces, governed by the same laws, part of the same interconnected whole. It is easy to overlook such places, hidden as they are beneath kilometres of water and ice, far from human eyes and human concerns, but they are fundamental to the story of our planet. They remind us that Earth is not just what we see at the surface, but a complex dynamic system that extends from the highest mountains to the deepest trenches. They remind us that even the most remote and inaccessible corners of the world are shaped by the same forces that shape everything else. And they remind us that beneath the silence of the Arctic abyss, the planet is still alive, still moving, still changing, still writing its story in rock and water. As we linger here, suspended in the dark water above the Molloy Deep's floor, it's worth remembering that this place, though hidden, is not isolated from the rest of the planet's story. It is connected to the drifting continents above it, to the ice that forms and melts with the seasons, to the mountains that shed the sediments that settle on its floor, to the currents that carry heat and salt from distant oceans. And it is connected to life, not just the life that clings to its floor today, but the life that may have evolved here, adapted here, persisted here for millions of years. The making of a hidden world is never finished. It continues quietly, beneath the waves, shaping the stage on which life unfolds. And now, as we begin to see the contours of this ancient landscape more clearly, the next question begins to form. What has chosen to live here, in this place carved by time and pressure and darkness? What kinds of organisms have adapted to a world that was millions of years in the making? To understand the Molloy Deep fully, we must now turn from its geological birth to the living community it sustains. A community unlike any other on Earth, built on scarcity, endurance, and the quiet persistence of life itself. Far below the surface of the Arctic Ocean, beyond the reach of even the most determined sunlight, there is a kind of darkness that is difficult to describe if you have never imagined it. It is not the darkness of a moonless night on land, nor even the inky black you might glimpse in the deep ocean documentaries filmed far from shore. This is something deeper, heavier, almost tangible. It is a darkness that has existed for millions of years without interruption, one that does not ebb and flow with the turning of the day but simply is, unbroken, absolute, and eternal. Here, in the Molloy Deep, the last traces of light vanish long before you reach the seafloor. The water absorbs them greedily as you descend, scattering their wavelengths one by one until not even the faintest hint of blue remains. By the time you pass a kilometre below the surface, light ceases to be part of the world, and by the time you reach the deepest point of the Arctic Ocean, you're in a place where light has no meaning at all. The absence of light shapes everything about this realm. On the surface, sunlight is the engine of life, driving photosynthesis, fueling the growth of plankton, and anchoring the vast food webs that sustain fish, birds, and mammals. But none of that applies here. In this abyssal darkness, photosynthesis is impossible. There are no plants, no algae, no organisms that draw their energy directly from the sun. The entire structure of the ecosystem is inverted. Life must find other ways to persist, and it does so with a quiet ingenuity that feels almost alien to those of us accustomed to the sunlit world. It's one of the reasons scientists often describe the deep ocean as Earth's final frontier, because the conditions here are so unlike those we know that they might as well belong to another planet. The Molloy Deep embodies this frontier more completely than most places on Earth. It is not simply deep, it is remote. Its waters are sealed beneath drifting ice for much of the year, and storms that churn the surface far above have no effect here. It lies at the meeting point of immense geological forces, its floor carved by the slow separation of tectonic plates and its shape maintained by pressure that would crush unprotected life in an instant. Only a handful of human-made machines have ever reached it, and even fewer have lingered long enough to study it in detail. Every descent into its depths is a small act of exploration, a modern echo of the journeys that once mapped continents and crossed oceans, and like those early expeditions, each one reveals how much we still do not know. It is remarkable to think that we have mapped the surface of Mars and the Moon in more detail than we have mapped our own deep oceans. In places like the Molloy Deep, the scale of our ignorance is vast. We know its depth to within a few meters and can trace the broad outlines of its structure, but beyond that our understanding is fragmentary. We have glimpsed fragments of its ecosystem, seen flashes of life in the beams of remotely operated vehicles, and recovered samples from the seafloor, but those glimpses are just that, brief, incomplete, tantalizing. The truth is that we know far less about the life that exists here than we do about the surface of other planets. And yet, this is not some distant world. It is part of our own. Part of the reason for this ignorance is the sheer difficulty of studying such an environment. The pressure at the bottom of the Molloy Deep exceeds 550 atmospheres, the equivalent of more than 8,000 pounds per square inch. Most materials we rely on for exploration, metals, plastics, electronics, are not designed to function under such conditions. A small flaw in the hull of a submersible can mean catastrophic failure. A miscalculation in buoyancy can strand a probe far below the surface. Even communication becomes a challenge. Radio waves cannot penetrate water effectively, so signals must travel slowly through acoustic modems, often garbled by distance and interference. And then there is the simple problem of access. The Arctic is one of the most hostile environments on Earth for ships and equipment. Ice can close off the surface for months at a time, and storms can halt expeditions before they even begin. Despite these challenges, we have learned enough to know that this abyssal darkness is not empty. In fact, it is anything but. Life here is abundant, though not in the ways we might expect. It is not a riot of colour and movement like a coral reef or a kelp forest. It is subtler, quieter, built around scarcity rather than abundance. Organisms here have evolved to make do with very little, to survive on the margins of energy availability, to grow slowly and reproduce infrequently. Some species may go years between meals, others drift passively, conserving energy, waiting for particles of food to fall from above. Many of them are small, tiny crustaceans, worms and microbes, but some are surprisingly large, like the ghostly sea cucumbers that glide over the seafloor or the strange fish that hover motionless in the water column. The lack of light also means that many deep-sea organisms rely on senses other than vision. Some have enormous sensitive eyes that can detect the faintest glimmers of bioluminescence, while others are completely blind, navigating instead by touch, vibration, or chemical cues. Many produce their own light, using it to lure prey, attract mates, or confuse predators. In the deep sea, light is no longer something that pours down from above. It is something organisms generate themselves, a precious signal in a world of darkness. This bioluminescence is often dim, just enough to be seen by the creatures it is meant for, and it takes on eerie shades of blue and green, the only wavelengths that can travel any distance through water. To human eyes, these flashes and glows look like stars scattered through a midnight sky, a reminder that even here, where sunlight never reaches, light still finds a way. If light is scarce, so too is food. Almost everything that lives here depends on what falls from the surface, the marine snow that drifts downward in a slow, continuous rain. Most of it is tiny, organic debris, dead plankton, fragments of larger organisms, fecal pellets, and other detritus. It can take weeks or months for this material to reach the seafloor, and by the time it does, much of its energy has already been consumed by organisms higher up in the water column. What remains is sparse, and life in the deep has adapted accordingly. Many species feed opportunistically on whatever they can find. Some scavenge carcasses of large animals that sink from the surface, like whales or fish, consuming them over months or even years. Others filter tiny particles from the water, surviving on a trickle of nutrients. Still others rely on chemosynthesis, drawing energy from chemical reactions rather than sunlight. These strategies allow life to persist where resources are scarce, but they also mean that life here is slow. Growth rates are often measured in decades rather than years. Reproduction may occur only a few times in a lifetime. Entire communities can remain stable for centuries, changing only slowly as conditions shift. This slowness is part of what makes the abyssal realm so fascinating. In a world where surface ecosystems can change dramatically from year to year, the deep sea seems almost timeless. Geological processes unfold over millions of years, and biological processes stretch across centuries. A coral colony on the deep sea floor may have been growing since before human civilization began. A species of worm or crustacean might have persisted, almost unchanged since the last ice age. This continuity makes the deep sea an extraordinary archive of Earth's history. Its sediments hold records of past climates and ocean conditions, while its organisms carry genetic signatures of ancient lineages. Studying them can reveal not only how life survives today, but how it has evolved and adapted over deep time. Yet the deep sea is not immune to change. Even here, far from human eyes, the fingerprints of our activity are beginning to appear. Tiny plastic particles have been found in deep sea sediments, carried by currents from distant sources. Pollutants that enter the ocean at the surface eventually make their way down, accumulating in organisms and altering chemical cycles. Climate change too reaches this far. As the planet warms, changes in ice cover, ocean circulation and surface productivity ripple downward, altering the flow of food and oxygen to the deep. These changes are subtle and slow, but they are real, and they remind us that even the most remote and seemingly untouched parts of the planet are connected to the whole. The Molloy Deep, for all its remoteness, is part of this global system. Water from the North Atlantic flows into the Arctic through the Fram Strait, carrying heat, salt, and nutrients. Some of it sinks, becoming dense enough to join the deep circulation that connects all the world's oceans. This global conveyor belt, known as thermohaline circulation, helps regulate the planet's climate and redistributes heat and carbon between the surface and the depths. The Molloy Deep is one small node in this immense network, but its conditions, Temperature, salinity, oxygen content are shaped by the movement of water masses from thousands of kilometers away. Changes in distant oceans eventually reach here, influencing the life that survives in this abyssal darkness. It is perhaps this combination of remoteness and connectedness that makes the Molloy Deep such a compelling frontier. It is remote in the sense that it is rarely visited, difficult to access, and profoundly different from the world we know. And yet, it is connected to everything, to the tectonic processes that shape continents, to the global circulation of the oceans, to the changes in climate driven by human activity. It is a reminder that frontiers are not always distant planets or far-off galaxies. Some of them are right here on Earth, hidden beneath ice and water, waiting to be explored. Exploration, however, is not just a matter of technology or logistics. It is also a matter of perspective. The deep sea forces us to confront the limits of our assumptions. It challenges our ideas about where life can exist and how ecosystems function. It pushes us to think about adaptation, resilience, and interconnectedness in new ways. It also humbles us, reminding us that for all our knowledge and technology, there are still places on our own planet that we barely understand. The Molloy Deep is one of those places, a reminder that Earth still holds secrets, that there are still discoveries to be made, that the story of our planet is far from complete. As we continue to peer into this darkness, we're beginning to glimpse the outlines of that story. We see ecosystems built on the slow rain of marine snow and the rare arrival of large carcasses. We see organisms adapted to crushing pressure, freezing temperatures and total darkness. We see chemical processes that sustain life in the absence of sunlight. We see sediments that record the rhythms of ice ages and the shifting of continents. And we see hints of change, new challenges that will shape the deep sea in the centuries to come. Each discovery raises new questions and deepens our understanding of this last frontier. The Molloy Deep may seem far removed from the world above, but it is deeply connected to our own future. The carbon that accumulates in its sediments helps regulate Earth's climate. The currents that flow through it influence global circulation. The life that thrives here offers clues about how ecosystems function under extreme conditions, knowledge that could help us understand not only our own planet, but the potential for life elsewhere in the universe. The more we learn about this abyssal darkness, the more we realize that it is not a separate world, but a fundamental part of the one we inhabit. And so we descend deeper still, drawn not just by curiosity, but by a sense of humility. The Molloy Deep is more than a geological feature or a biological habitat. It is a reminder of how little we know and how much remains to be discovered. It is a testament to life's capacity to endure in even the harshest conditions. It is a record of Earth's history, written in sediments and encoded in genes, and it is a frontier, not because it is beyond our reach, but because it is still beyond our understanding. The darkness here is not empty. It is alive with stories. Stories of continents drifting, of glaciers grinding, of life adapting, of change unfolding over eons. It is a darkness that holds the memory of Earth's past and the potential of its future. And as we linger in its depths, we begin to see that the story of the Molloy Deep is not just about what lies at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. It is about the planet itself, about the forces that shape it, the life that inhabits it, and the mysteries that still await us beneath the waves. The abyss is not the end of the world. It is the beginning of understanding, and as we move forward, deeper into this hidden realm, we will encounter forms of life that seem to defy the very idea of survival, living proof that even here, at the limits of the possible, nature finds a way. The water grows colder with every metre we descend, a chill that begins as a gentle coolness near the surface and hardens into something else entirely the deeper we go. By the time we reach the depths of the Molloy Deep, it is not just cold, it is a force. Here, the temperature hovers just above the freezing point of seawater, about -0.8 degrees Celsius, and it does not change. It is constant, unwavering, as if time itself has slowed to a crawl. This cold does not ebb and flow with the seasons as it does at the surface. It does not respond to the heat of summer or the bite of winter winds. It simply is a permanent condition, as much a part of this environment as the darkness or the pressure. And like those other forces, it shapes everything about the world that exists here. Cold in the human imagination often feels like absence. The absence of heat, the absence of motion, the absence of comfort. But in the deep ocean, cold is not absence. It is presence. It is structure. It is a physical reality that influences everything from the density of water to the chemistry of life. It slows chemical reactions. It thickens the viscosity of seawater. It limits the solubility of gases. It shapes how molecules move, how cells function, how organisms grow. Every aspect of life in the Molloy Deep is built around the reality of this cold, and nothing that lives here escapes its influence. For most of us, water just below freezing would be lethal in minutes. Our bodies lose heat 25 times faster in cold water than in cold air, and our internal chemistry is tuned to a narrow temperature range. But the organisms of the deep sea have had millions of years to adapt to their frigid environment. Their enzymes, the molecular machines that drive metabolism, are built to function at low temperatures, remaining flexible and active where ours would stiffen and slow. Their cell membranes are rich in unsaturated fatty acids, which remain fluid even near freezing, allowing nutrients and signals to pass through without obstruction. Their proteins are stabilized in ways that prevent them from unfolding under the combined stress of cold and pressure. These adaptations are not luxuries, they are necessities. Without them, life here would grind to a halt. Cold shapes not just the physiology of individual organisms, but the structure of entire ecosystems. Growth is slow in the deep sea, partly because food is scarce, but also because cold slows the metabolic processes that drive growth. A fish that might reach maturity in a few years in warmer waters could take decades to do so here. Deep sea corals, growing millimetre by millimetre, can live for thousands of years. Even microbial life, which elsewhere can reproduce in minutes, may divide only once every few weeks in these conditions. The result is a world where time seems to stretch. Changes happen slowly. Generations unfold over centuries. Evolution itself moves at a different pace. This slow tempo extends beyond biology. The physical ocean is shaped by cold in profound ways. Cold water is denser than warm water, and as it forms at the surface, often through the freezing of sea ice, which expels salt and increases density, it sinks. This process drives one of the most important components of Earth's climate system, the global thermohaline circulation. In the Arctic, dense cold water formed near the surface plunges downward, joining the deep ocean currents that flow through basins like the Molloy Deep and eventually circle the globe. These currents redistribute heat, nutrients and carbon, connecting the poles to the tropics and influencing weather patterns thousands of kilometres away. In this way, the cold of the Arctic abyss is not just a local condition. It is a force that helps shape the climate of the entire planet. Cold also affects the chemistry of seawater in ways that matter deeply to life. Gases like oxygen dissolve more readily in cold water than in warm, meaning that the deep sea can hold more oxygen relative to surface waters. This is crucial for life, especially in an environment where energy is scarce, and metabolic efficiency is essential. At the same time, the slow pace of chemical reactions in the cold means that organic matter decomposes more slowly. Particles that would quickly break down in warmer waters may persist for years here, slowly releasing nutrients as they are consumed. This extended availability can be the difference between survival and starvation for organisms living on the edge of energy sufficiency. For creatures adapted to these conditions, cold is not merely tolerated, it is essential. Many deep-sea species cannot survive in warmer waters. Their enzymes would denature, their membranes would lose integrity, their metabolic systems would fail. They are finely tuned to the narrow band of temperatures that exists here, and even small deviations can be catastrophic. This sensitivity raises urgent questions about how these ecosystems will respond to climate change. As global temperatures rise, the Arctic is warming faster than almost anywhere else on Earth. Changes at the surface could eventually propagate downward, altering the temperature of deep waters. Even a shift of a fraction of a degree could have profound consequences for organisms that have evolved for millions of years in near-constant conditions. The threat is not hypothetical. Scientists have already detected subtle changes in deep ocean temperatures, not just in the Arctic but around the world. These changes are small compared to surface warming, but they are real and they are accelerating. Because the deep ocean exchanges heat slowly, it acts as a vast reservoir, absorbing much of the excess heat trapped by greenhouse gases. Over decades and centuries, that heat will spread downward, raising the baseline temperature of deep waters. The consequences are difficult to predict, but they could include shifts in species distributions, changes in metabolic rates, and disruptions to the delicate balance of deep-sea ecosystems. For organisms adapted to stability, even small changes are significant. Yet the cold of the Molloy Deep is not just a challenge, it is also a stabilizer. It dampens fluctuations, moderates extremes, and slows processes that elsewhere would be rapid and volatile. This stability is part of what makes the deep sea such an important component of Earth's climate system. It is a vast reservoir of cold water that absorbs and stores heat, helping regulate global temperatures. It is a sink for carbon, locking away organic matter for centuries or millennia as it slowly decomposes. It is a buffer against rapid change, providing inertia to a system that might otherwise respond too quickly to perturbations. In this sense, the cold is not just a defining feature of the abyss, it is one of the reasons the planet remains habitable. The constancy of cold in the deep sea is striking when contrasted with the variability of the surface world. At the surface, temperatures can swing by tens of degrees over the course of a year, driven by seasons, weather and climate oscillations. But at the bottom of the Molloy Deep, the temperature varies by less than 1/10 of a degree over centuries. This stability is part of what makes the deep sea so alien to us. It is a world without seasons, without day or night, without weather as we know it. It is a realm where conditions change so slowly that they seem not to change at all, where the pace of life is set not by the sun but by the unyielding presence of cold. This difference in tempo has profound implications for the organisms that live here. On the surface, many species time their life cycles to seasonal cues. They reproduce when food is abundant, migrate with changing temperatures, and grow quickly to take advantage of fleeting opportunities. In the deep sea, such cues do not exist. Life follows different rhythms, slow, steady, unhurried. Reproduction may not be tied to external signals, but to internal cycles that unfold over decades. Growth is measured not in bursts, but in steady increments. Even behaviours like feeding and movement are shaped by the slow, predictable pace of this cold environment. The adaptations that allow life to function under these conditions are as fascinating as they are varied. Some deep-sea fish produce antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their tissues, even though the water never quite freezes. Others have metabolic pathways that operate efficiently at low temperatures, allowing them to extract maximum energy from scarce food. Microbes that live in the sediments possess enzymes that catalyze reactions at temperatures that would bring most biochemical processes to a halt. These adaptations are not just responses to the environment, they're examples of evolution's ingenuity, solutions to challenges that seem insurmountable from a surface perspective. One of the most remarkable aspects of life in the cold deep is its longevity. Many deep-sea organisms live far longer than their shallow water relatives. Some fish may live for more than a century. Certain species of deep-sea corals have been dated at over 4,000 years old. Even microorganisms in deep sediments may persist for thousands of years, metabolizing so slowly that their activity is almost undetectable. This longevity is partly a consequence of slow metabolism and low predation pressure, but it also reflects the stability of the environment. In a world that changes slowly, there is less pressure to adapt quickly, and traits that promote survival over the long term are favoured. The cold also shapes the interactions between species. Because energy is scarce and processes are slow, competition is often less intense than in more productive environments. Instead, many deep-sea organisms have evolved strategies to coexist, partitioning resources in ways that allow them to avoid direct competition. Some feed on particles suspended in the water column, while others graze on detritus on the seafloor. Some specialize in scavenging large carcasses, while others exploit the steady trickle of marine snow. This diversity of strategies allows a surprising number of species to share the same space, even when resources are limited. If there is a metaphor for the cold of the Molloy Deep, it is time itself. Like time, the cold is relentless and impartial. It does not rush or pause, it does not favour one species over another, it simply is, shaping everything that exists within its reach. It slows life's rhythms, extends its timelines, and deepens its connections. It demands patience, resilience, and adaptation. And like time, it is both a constraint and a possibility, a challenge to overcome, and a foundation on which to build. This comparison is not merely poetic. The deep sea offers a glimpse into how life might exist elsewhere in the universe, where cold is often the norm rather than the exception. Most of the cosmos is cold, far colder than the depths of the Arctic Ocean. If life exists beyond Earth, it will likely have had to adapt to conditions even more extreme than those of the Molloy Deep. By studying how organisms survive and thrive here, we learn not just about our own planet, but about the potential for life elsewhere. The lessons of the deep sea extend far beyond the Arctic, into the icy oceans of distant moons and the frozen subsurface of planets yet to be explored. And yet, for all its harshness, the cold of the Molloy Deep is not lifeless. It is the backdrop against which life persists, the condition that gives rise to remarkable adaptations, the force that shapes entire ecosystems. It is not hostile so much as indifferent, and life, in turn, has learned to work with that indifference rather than against it. It has learned to move slowly, to grow deliberately, to make the most of what is available. It has learned to turn the challenge of cold into a strategy for survival. As we continue our exploration of this abyssal realm, the role of cold becomes ever clearer. It is not just a feature of the environment, it is a fundamental part of the story. It shapes the flow of water, the pace of life, the structure of ecosystems, and the evolution of species. It connects the deep ocean to the global climate system and links the Arctic to distant corners of the world. It is as much a part of the Molloy Deep as the darkness and the pressure, and without it, this world would not exist as it does. In the end, the cold that bites like time itself is not something to be overcome, but something to be understood. It is a force that has shaped this hidden world for millions of years and will continue to shape it for millions more. It is a reminder that life is not defined by comfort, but by adaptation. That existence is not limited by what is easy, but expanded by what is possible. And as we drift deeper into the Molloy Deep, we begin to see that this cold is not an obstacle to life, but one of the reasons life here is so extraordinary. Because in a place where everything moves slowly and nothing ever warms, life has still found a way to endure, to flourish, and to remind us of the astonishing breadth of what is possible on this planet. The deeper we descend into the Molloy Deep, the more the water above us ceases to feel like a weightless medium, and begins to feel like the planet itself pressing down. Every 10 meters adds another atmosphere of pressure. At the surface, we live under 1. At 100 meters, it is 10. At 1,000, it is 100. By the time we reach the floor of the Molloy Deep, 5.5 kilometers below the surface, That pressure surpasses 550 atmospheres. That is more than 8,000 pounds per square inch, more than the weight of a fully loaded jet pressing down on each square metre. It is pressure so immense that steel bends under it, glass implodes, and air, if you carried any with you, would be crushed into a fraction of its surface volume. It is a pressure that does not relent, does not fluctuate, does not pause. It is a permanent feature of this world, as unchanging as the darkness or the cold. For humans, this pressure is utterly lethal. Our bodies, adapted to a single atmosphere, cannot withstand even a few dozen without specialised equipment. Even submarines designed for the deep sea must be engineered with extraordinary care to resist collapse. The slightest flaw in a pressure hull can lead to catastrophic failure. And yet, life here thrives under these crushing conditions. It does not merely tolerate the weight, it is built around it. Over millions of years, the inhabitants of the abyss have evolved solutions to the problem of pressure that are as elegant as they are extreme, turning what would destroy most forms of life into a condition of normalcy. Pressure changes the fundamental properties of matter. It compresses gases, alters the behaviour of liquids, and can even change the structure of solids. It affects how molecules interact, how chemical reactions proceed, and how biological systems function. Proteins, for example, are delicate three-dimensional structures held together by weak bonds. Under high pressure, those bonds can break or shift, causing proteins to unfold and lose their function. Cell membranes, too, are vulnerable. Pressure can force their molecules closer together, reducing fluidity and impairing their ability to transport nutrients and signals. For most organisms, these effects are fatal, but deep-sea life has adapted in ways that protect these essential systems from the crushing embrace of the abyss. One key adaptation lies in the chemistry of proteins themselves. Deep-sea organisms often produce proteins that are more flexible and stable under pressure than their shallow water counterparts. These proteins can maintain their shape and function even when squeezed by hundreds of atmospheres. Some species also accumulate small molecules known as piezolites, which help stabilize proteins and prevent them from unfolding. These compounds, such as trimethylamine oxide, TMAO, counteract the destabilizing effects of pressure and allow enzymes to carry out the reactions necessary for life. In fact, the concentration of TMAO in deep-sea fish increases with depth, a biochemical signature of adaptation to extreme pressure. Cell membranes, too, have been shaped by evolution to cope with the deep. Membranes must remain fluid to function properly, but pressure tends to pack their lipid molecules more tightly, reducing that fluidity. To counter this, many deep-sea organisms incorporate more unsaturated fatty acids into their membranes. These molecules have kinks in their structure that prevent them from packing too closely, preserving membrane fluidity even under immense pressure. This adaptation ensures that transport proteins continue to move nutrients and waste in and out of cells, that signalling pathways remain intact, and that the basic machinery of life continues to operate. Pressure affects not just individual cells but entire organisms. At the macroscopic level, structures that would collapse under surface conditions are stable here precisely because of the surrounding pressure. Some deep-sea creatures have gelatinous bodies with little or no gas-filled spaces, minimizing the risk of compression. Many fish in the abyss lack swim bladders, the gas-filled organs that help shallow water fish control their buoyancy. Instead, they rely on oil-filled cavities or changes in tissue density to maintain neutral buoyancy. Without gas spaces, there is nothing to be crushed, and the organisms are free to exist comfortably under pressures that would pulverize most life. Even the absence of certain structures is an adaptation. Bones, for example, must be strong to support weight in a gravitational field, but in the buoyant environment of the deep sea, such strength is unnecessary. Many deep-sea organisms have reduced or lightly calcified skeletons, trading structural rigidity for flexibility. This flexibility helps them withstand the immense pressure without damage. It also conserves energy, a precious resource in an environment where food is scarce and growth is slow. Pressure shapes more than biology. It shapes behavior and ecology as well. In the deep sea, sudden changes in pressure can be lethal. Organisms that live at great depths cannot ascend quickly to shallower waters without risking fatal decompression. Their bodies are tuned to the conditions of the abyss, and leaving that environment is not an option. As a result, deep-sea communities are often isolated, confined to specific depth ranges, and separated from surface ecosystems not just by distance, but by the barrier of pressure itself. This isolation can drive speciation, as populations evolve independently over time, adapting to their specific depth ranges and developing unique traits. Pressure also influences the chemistry of the deep ocean. It affects how gases dissolve and how minerals form. For example, methane hydrates, crystalline structures of water and methane, are stable only under high pressures and low temperatures. These hydrates can form vast deposits in deep-sea sediments, acting as reservoirs of carbon and potential energy sources. They are stable in places like the Molloy Deep, but would rapidly dissociate if brought to the surface. Similarly, the solubility of carbon dioxide increases with pressure, making the deep ocean a major sink for this greenhouse gas. Over millennia, the abyss stores vast quantities of carbon, influencing the planet's climate and carbon cycle. The pressure of the deep sea also interacts with the geological forces that shape the sea floor. The immense weight of the water column exerts a constant force on the crust, influencing how it deforms and responds to tectonic stresses. Sediments deposited under such pressure behave differently from those near the surface, compacting more tightly and forming different structures. These physical effects, subtle though they may seem, play a role in shaping the landscapes of the abyss, the slopes, ridges, and plains that make up the floor of the Malloy Deep. Humans have long been fascinated by pressure, both as a scientific challenge and as a metaphor. It represents limits, the point at which materials fail, systems collapse, and life as we know it ceases to function. In the deep ocean, those limits are constantly tested. Every probe, every submersible, every piece of equipment that ventures into the abyss must contend with pressures that can tear apart steel and crush titanium. The engineering required to survive here is extraordinary. Hulls must be spherical to distribute stress evenly. Materials must be chosen not just for strength, but for resilience. Systems must be designed with redundancies to account for the unexpected. Even then, the deep sea remains a place where failure is never far away. And yet, life does not engineer its way out of this pressure. It simply adapts. It incorporates the pressure into its biology, turns it into a condition rather than a constraint, and uses it to shape its existence. The organisms that thrive here do not resist the weight of the world. They embrace it. They are not crushed by it because they were never meant to live without it. Their cells, their tissues, their entire physiologies are built around the expectation of hundreds of atmospheres pressing down on them. Remove that pressure, and they would die just as surely as we would if subjected to it. This inversion of perspective, the idea that pressure is not an obstacle but a fundamental part of life, is one of the most profound lessons the deep sea offers. It challenges our assumptions about the conditions necessary for life and forces us to rethink what is possible. If life can adapt to pressures that would crush a submarine, what else might it adapt to? Could similar adaptations allow life to exist deep beneath the ice crust of Europa, where pressures are immense beneath a frozen surface? Could they support organisms in the deep mantles of icy exoplanets, or in the subsurface oceans of worlds yet undiscovered? The answers to these questions begin here, in places like the Molloy Deep, where pressure is not a threat but a fact of existence. The weight of the water above is not constant everywhere, even in the deep ocean. It varies with depth, with density, with the overlying ice. Seasonal changes in ice cover can alter the pressure on the seafloor by measurable amounts, and over geological timescales, Changes in sea level have profound effects on deep-sea environments. During ice ages, when vast volumes of water are locked in continental ice sheets, sea levels fall and pressures in the deep ocean decrease. When the ice melts, sea levels rise and pressures increase. These shifts, though slow, can influence sediment compaction, gas hydrate stability, and even the distribution of life. Pressure is also linked to temperature in subtle ways. As water is compressed, its density increases, and its capacity to hold heat changes. This interplay between pressure and temperature influences deep ocean circulation, the formation of water masses and the transport of heat. It is part of the reason why the deep ocean remains so cold and stable. The immense pressure keeps water dense and stratified, preventing rapid mixing and preserving the slow, steady conditions that characterize the abyss. To appreciate just how extreme the pressure of the deep is, consider this. If you could somehow teleport a sealed, air-filled container from the surface to the floor of the Molloy Deep, it would implode instantly, crushed by the weight of the water around it. A sphere of glass the thickness of man's arm would shatter like thin ice. Even materials engineered for strength can fail under these conditions if they are not perfectly constructed. The fact that delicate biological structures not only survive but thrive here is one of the most remarkable achievements of evolution. It speaks to life's ability to solve problems that seem insurmountable, to find ways to exist where existence seems impossible. Pressure also shapes the physical experience of the deep. Sound travels differently here, moving faster and farther under high pressure. This changes how organisms communicate and perceive their environment. Many deep-sea animals rely on low-frequency sounds that can travel great distances, while others use vibrations or chemical cues. The absence of light and the dominance of pressure mean that senses we take for granted are often useless here. Instead, life has evolved new ways to detect and respond to the world, ways that make sense only under conditions that would crush us. Even time feels different under pressure. Processes that happen quickly at the surface, chemical reactions, growth, decay, unfold more slowly in the deep. Pressure slows diffusion, alters reaction rates, and affects how energy is transferred. Combined with the cold and darkness, this creates a world where everything seems to happen in slow motion, where the pace of life is measured not in days or months but in decades and centuries. Pressure is not just a physical force here. It is part of the fabric of time itself, shaping the rhythms of life and the evolution of ecosystems. In many ways, the immense pressure of the Molloy Deep is a metaphor for the broader conditions of the deep sea. It is invisible yet omnipresent, crushing yet life-sustaining, relentless yet consistent. It is a reminder that the forces that seem most hostile to us are often the ones that shape the most remarkable forms of life. It is also a reminder of how little we understand about the limits of biology. The organisms that live here challenge our assumptions about what life can endure. They show us that the range of possible conditions for life is far broader than our surface-bound experience suggests. As we hover near the bottom of the Molloy Deep, surrounded by darkness, cold and crushing weight, it becomes clear that this is not a hostile wasteland but a fully realised world, one that operates according to its own rules and rhythms. The pressure here is not an aberration but the norm. It is not a barrier but a defining feature, and the life that exists here is not clinging to survival at the margins, but thriving in conditions that would destroy almost everything else. From this perspective, the weight of the world is not something to be feared. It is a fundamental part of what makes this place extraordinary. It is a force that has shaped the geology of the basin, the chemistry of the water, the biology of its inhabitants, and the very structure of the ecosystems that exist here. It is a reminder that even under the most extreme conditions, life not only persists but adapts, innovates, and flourishes. And it sets the stage for everything that follows, because here, under this crushing weight, life finds a way to endure, and even to thrive. The deeper we travel into the Molloy Deep, the more everything around us seems to drift beyond the boundaries of what life should reasonably endure. The darkness is complete. The cold bites and slows every reaction. The pressure is enough to turn steel into scrap. And yet, against all logic, this is not a barren void. It is alive. It is not teeming in the way a coral reef bursts with colour and motion, nor is it abundant in the sense of a rain-soaked forest. But life is here nonetheless, woven into the fabric of the abyss in ways so subtle and ingenious that it forces us to reconsider the limits of biology itself. It is here, on the edge of the possible, that some of Earth's most extraordinary organisms have made their home, quietly thriving where almost nothing should survive. To understand how they do it, we must first accept how radically different this environment is from the one that supports most life on Earth. At the surface, energy is abundant. Sunlight drives photosynthesis, fueling a cascade of life that extends from microscopic plankton to whales. Food webs are dense and dynamic, constantly reshaped by predation, competition, and seasonal change. In the abyss, almost all of that falls away. There is no sunlight, no photosynthesis, no lush base of plant life to support complex ecosystems. The rain of organic particles from above is sparse and unpredictable. Temperatures hover just above freezing, slowing metabolism to a crawl. Pressure crushes anything unprepared for it. And yet in this realm, stripped down to its most fundamental challenges, life has found strategies not just to persist, but to carve out niches of surprising complexity. One of the most striking features of deep-sea life is its diversity of form and function. At first glance, the creatures that inhabit the Molloy Deep might seem strange or even alien. Transparent bodies, gelatinous shapes, bioluminescent flashes in the dark. But each of these traits is a carefully honed solution to a particular challenge. Transparency, for instance, is a common adaptation in the deep sea. In the absence of light, being invisible to predators or prey becomes a powerful advantage. Many animals in the abyss are almost completely transparent, their bodies reduced to little more than ghostly outlines. Some, like certain comb jellies and crustaceans, are so clear that they vanish entirely against the black water around them. This invisibility is not just camouflage. It is a survival strategy in a world where energy is too precious to waste on unnecessary movement or elaborate defences. Other creatures take the opposite approach, producing their own light through bioluminescence. In the deep sea, light becomes a tool, a lure, a signal, a weapon. Predators use it to attract prey, dangling glowing lures like living fishing rods. Prey use it to confuse attackers, releasing clouds of light like underwater flares. Some species flash in synchronized patterns to find mates, while others maintain a steady glow to mimic the faint light filtering down from above, blending into the barely perceptible background. Bioluminescence is so widespread here that scientists estimate more than 75% of deep-sea organisms use it in some form. Each flash and flicker is a reminder that life in the abyss is not passive. It is active, dynamic, and inventive, even under crushing pressure and perpetual night. Life at these depths is also defined by remarkable physiological adaptations. Most deep-sea fish lack gas-filled swim bladders, which would collapse under high pressure. Instead, they achieve buoyancy through other means: oil-filled tissues, reduced bone density, or gelatinous bodies that match the density of the surrounding water. Their muscles and enzymes are tuned to function in the cold and pressure, remaining flexible and active where those of surface species would seize and fail. Their cell membranes are rich in unsaturated lipids that stay fluid at low temperatures, and many produce piezolites, small molecules that stabilize proteins against the destabilizing effects of pressure. These are not trivial adjustments. They are profound rewrites of the basic rules of biology, allowing life to operate where, by all surface-based assumptions, it should not. Energy, too, is handled differently in the deep. Where surface ecosystems are driven by sunlight, deep-sea life survives on energy that trickles down from above or bubbles up from below. The rain of marine snow, tiny particles of organic material sinking from the upper ocean, is the most common source of sustenance. It falls slowly, drifting down over weeks or months before settling on the seafloor, where it is consumed by scavengers, filter feeders, and microbes. For many organisms, this is enough. They have evolved to live on meagre rations, conserving energy wherever possible, moving slowly, growing slowly, and reproducing infrequently. Some fish, like the snailfish that inhabit deep trenches, may go weeks without eating, their metabolism so low that they can wait patiently for the next scrap of food. But the deep ocean is not entirely dependent on the surface. In places where fluids rich in hydrogen sulfide or methane seep from the seafloor, communities of organisms harness chemical energy directly. Here, bacteria use chemosynthesis, a process analogous to photosynthesis but driven by chemical reactions rather than light, to convert these compounds into organic matter. These bacteria form the base of unique ecosystems that include worms, clams, and other animals, many of which have symbiotic relationships with their microbial partners. In some cases, the animals themselves lack mouths or digestive systems, relying entirely on the bacteria living inside them for nutrition. These partnerships are some of the most striking examples of life's adaptability, showing that energy for life can come from sources other than the sun. The Molloy Deep is not known for hydrothermal vents as spectacular as those in the Pacific, but evidence suggests that chemical seepage and microbial activity still play a role here. Even in sediments far from any visible vent, communities of microbes break down organic matter, cycle nutrients, and form the base of the abyssal food web. These microbial communities are crucial to the functioning of the ecosystem. They recycle carbon and nitrogen, detoxify harmful compounds, and provide food for larger organisms. Without them, life in the deep would grind to a halt. The scarcity of energy shapes the behaviour of deep-sea organisms in profound ways. Many are opportunistic feeders, consuming whatever they encounter regardless of its origin. A piece of marine snow, a carcass of a whale that sank from the surface, a plume of bacteria growing around a seep, all are valuable sources of energy. Scavengers like amphipods and holothurians patrol the seafloor, detecting food from kilometres away using chemical cues. When a large carcass does fall, it can become the centre of a bustling community, sustaining hundreds of species for years as it is slowly consumed. Even bones are not wasted. Specialised bacteria and worms break them down, extracting the last traces of energy. This resourcefulness extends to reproduction and life cycles. Many deep-sea species reproduce slowly, investing heavily in a small number of offspring rather than producing vast numbers as surface species often do. Some brood their young, protecting them until they are ready to fend for themselves. Others release eggs or larvae that drift in the water column for months or even years, dispersing widely before settling. Growth is slow, maturity delayed, and lifespans long. Strategies that make sense in an environment where energy is limited and opportunities are rare. These life histories also mean that deep-sea populations can be vulnerable to disturbance. A population that takes decades to mature cannot quickly recover from sudden changes, whether natural or human-induced. Despite these challenges, the ecosystems of the Molloy Deep are remarkably stable. They persist on timescales that dwarf most surface ecosystems, their slow rhythms matched to the slow pace of the environment itself. A coral colony here might live for thousands of years. A population of fish might remain virtually unchanged for millennia. Even the microbial communities in the sediments evolve and adapt at a pace that feels glacial compared to their surface counterparts. This stability is part of what makes the deep sea such a valuable archive of Earth's history. In its sediments and its species, we can trace the fingerprints of ice ages, the shifts of continents, the changes in ocean circulation. Life here carries the memory of deep time, and yet this stability should not be mistaken for stasis. The deep sea is not static. It is dynamic in ways that are simply slower and subtler than those we are accustomed to. populations fluctuate in response to changes in food supply. Species evolve new adaptations over millennia. Communities reorganize as environmental conditions shift. Even the arrival of a large carcass or a shift in current patterns can reshape local ecosystems. The abyss is not frozen in time. It is alive, responsive, and ever-changing, just on a timescale that stretches beyond the span of human observation. Studying life at these depths is more than an exercise in curiosity. It offers insights into the fundamental principles of biology and the potential for life beyond Earth. The conditions of the Molloy Deep, cold, dark, high-pressure, energy-limited, are not unique to our planet. Similar environments exist elsewhere in the solar system, beneath the icy crusts of moons like Europa and Enceladus, or in the deep subsurface oceans of distant exoplanets. If life can thrive here, in one of the most extreme environments on Earth, then it may well thrive elsewhere under similar conditions. The adaptations we see here, to pressure, to darkness, to chemical energy, may not be uniquely terrestrial, but universal strategies for survival in the cosmos. Life at the edge of the possible also challenges our definitions of habitability. We tend to think of life as requiring warmth, sunlight, and abundant energy. But the deep sea shows that life can exist without any of these things. It can draw energy from chemical gradients, grow slowly and deliberately, and persist in environments that seem hostile to all we know. This expands our understanding of where and how life might exist, both on Earth and beyond. It suggests that the universe may be far more alive than we imagine, its hidden corners populated by organisms that, like those of the Molloy Deep, have learned to make the impossible possible. Even within Earth's biosphere, the lessons of the deep are profound. They show us the extraordinary resilience of life, its capacity to adapt to conditions that seem insurmountable. They reveal the intricate connections between physical environment and biological form, between energy availability and ecological structure. They remind us that life is not a fragile phenomenon clinging to narrow conditions, but a robust, flexible force capable of flourishing in extremes. This resilience, however, is not invulnerability. Deep-sea ecosystems are sensitive to changes in the surface world. Climate change, pollution, and shifts in ocean circulation all ripple downward, altering the conditions of the abyss. Tiny fragments of plastic have been found in the deepest sediments. Chemical pollutants accumulate in organisms that have never seen the light of day. Changes in surface productivity affect the flow of food to the seafloor, reshaping entire communities. Even the warming of the upper ocean can, over time, change the temperature and chemistry of deep waters, with consequences for life adapted to stability. These impacts are reminders that the deep sea is not isolated from the rest of the planet. It is part of a single, interconnected system, and what we do at the surface reaches even the most remote depths. For all its remoteness, the Molloy Deep is not untouched. Human influence, subtle but growing, is beginning to reach even here, and that makes understanding life at the edge of the possible more urgent than ever. The more we know about how these ecosystems function, how they adapt, and how they respond to change, the better equipped we are to protect them. It is not just a matter of preserving biodiversity in a remote part of the world. It is about understanding the fundamental resilience of life and the boundaries of habitability. Knowledge that may one day prove vital as we face changes not just in the deep sea, but across the entire planet. The existence of life in the Molloy Deep is not a footnote to the story of Earth. It is a central chapter in the tale of life's tenacity. It shows us that biology is not limited by the conditions we find familiar. It shows us that where there is energy, however scarce, life will find a way to use it. It shows us that organisms can adapt not just to survive, but to thrive under pressures, temperatures, and darkness that would obliterate most life. It shows us that the edge of the possible is not a boundary, but a frontier, one that life crosses again and again. And so, as we linger here on the abyssal floor surrounded by creatures that should not exist but do, we are reminded of a deeper truth. The universe is not hostile to life, it is indifferent. And in that indifference, life has room to invent, to experiment, to persist. The Molloy Deep, with its crushing pressures, freezing cold and eternal darkness, is proof of that. It is not a void, but a living world, and it stands as one of Earth's most powerful demonstrations of life's capacity to endure. And as we continue forward into this hidden realm, the question that lingers is not whether life can survive here. We know that it can. But how much farther beyond the edge of the possible life might still go? Beneath the crushing weight and freezing dark of the Molloy Deep, life often takes on forms that are difficult to even perceive. Here, where sunlight never penetrates and bioluminescence is a rare and precious flicker, visibility itself becomes an evolutionary gamble. To be seen is often to be eaten, and to remain unseen is to survive. And so, over millions of years, countless creatures of the deep have chosen invisibility as their shield. They have shed pigmentation, abandoned rigid structures, and thinned their bodies to the very edge of existence. The result is a community of life so delicate, so transparent, that much of it is almost impossible to detect even when it is right in front of you. These are the ghosts of the deep, organisms that slip through the water like phantoms, blending into the darkness so completely that they seem more like apparitions than living beings. Transparency in the deep sea is not a single adaptation but a spectrum of strategies, each tailored to a specific challenge. For many species, the simplest solution is to eliminate pigment altogether. Pigmentation, after all, serves little purpose in an environment without light. On the surface, colour can signal danger, attract mates, absorb heat, or protect against ultraviolet radiation. In the abyss, none of these functions matter. Without light, colour is invisible. And so, many deep-sea creatures never evolved pigments, or they lost them over time. Their skin, tissues, and even organs became translucent or clear, allowing light to pass through rather than reflect off their bodies. Without pigment to betray their presence, they fade into the background, becoming nearly invisible against the blackness around them. But transparency is not just about the absence of pigment. To be truly invisible, an organism must also minimize the scattering and refraction of light. Even in the abyss, where sunlight never reaches, there is still light. The bioluminescent flashes of predators and prey, the faint glows of microbial communities, the rare reflections from a submersible's lamps. Any light that hits a body can reveal its outline if that body bends or scatters it. Many deep-sea organisms solve this problem by matching the refractive index of their tissues to that of seawater. This reduces the bending of light as it passes through their bodies, making them even harder to detect. Some also reduce structural complexity, thinning tissues, minimizing internal contrasts, and even making their skeletons transparent to further reduce their visibility. The results of these adaptations are often astonishing. Consider the glass squid, a group of cephalopods whose bodies are almost entirely transparent except for their eyes and digestive glands. Hanging motionless in the water, they are all but invisible, their faint outlines dissolving into the black water, or the lavaceans, tiny tunicates that build elaborate transparent mucus houses to filter food from the water. These structures, some many times larger than the animals themselves, are nearly invisible even when illuminated, delicate veils drifting in the current. Even many species of jellyfish and comb jellies, already soft and gelatinous, are so transparent that they are often discovered only when they drift into a beam of light, their edges outlined for a brief moment before vanishing again into the dark. For predators and prey alike, this invisibility is a matter of survival. Predators that can approach undetected are more likely to capture a meal. Prey that can vanish into the background are less likely to be eaten. In an environment where energy is scarce and every encounter can mean life or death, The ability to remain unseen is one of the most powerful advantages an organism can possess. And so, transparency has evolved again and again across unrelated groups, in crustaceans, mollusks, worms and fish, each time offering the same basic benefit, the chance to exist without being noticed. Some deep-sea fish have taken the strategy to an extraordinary level. The barrel-eye fish, for example, has a completely transparent dome over its head. Through this dome, its tubular eyes peer upward, scanning for the silhouettes of prey against the faint bioluminescent glow above. The transparency of the dome reduces distortion and allows the fish to detect even the faintest hints of movement. Its body, too, is mostly transparent, leaving little for predators to spot. In another example, certain species of snailfish are so delicate and translucent that their internal organs can be seen pulsing within them, a living anatomy lesson drifting through the abyss. Transparency can also play a role in reproduction and communication. Some deep-sea organisms release transparent larvae that drift unnoticed in the water column, increasing their chances of survival during this vulnerable stage. Others produce transparent eggs, which are harder for predators to find and consume. In a realm where encounters are rare and energy expensive, any advantage that increases reproductive success is valuable, and invisibility is among the most effective. The ghostly appearance of these creatures is not merely an aesthetic quirk. It reflects a deeper truth about the conditions of the deep sea. Energy is scarce, and building complex structures like scales, shells, or pigments requires resources that are often better spent elsewhere. By reducing or eliminating these features, many deep-sea organisms not only become less visible, but also conserve precious energy. A gelatinous body requires less energy to build and maintain than a heavily armoured one. A transparent skin that blends with the environment may make costly defences unnecessary. In this way, transparency is both a defensive adaptation and an energy-saving strategy, a twofold solution to the challenges of the abyss. It would be a mistake, however, to think of transparency as perfect invisibility. Even the clearest tissues can cast shadows or reflect light under the right conditions. Some predators have evolved ways to exploit this. Certain deep-sea fish, for instance, use bioluminescent searchlights to illuminate the water ahead of them, revealing prey that would otherwise remain unseen. Others rely on senses that do not depend on light at all, detecting vibrations, chemical trails, or electrical fields instead. In the deep sea, invisibility is never absolute. It is a constant arms race, a balance between hiding and seeking, evolving and counter-evolving. This arms race has produced some of the most remarkable adaptations in the natural world. Some organisms combine transparency with bioluminescence in a strategy known as counter-illumination. By producing light on their undersides that matches the faint glow from above, they erase their silhouettes and become invisible from below. Others have evolved reflective surfaces that scatter light in unpredictable ways, making it harder for predators to discern their shape. Still others alter their behaviour, positioning themselves in ways that minimize detection, drifting motionless in the water column, for example, or aligning their bodies with the direction of incoming light. Transparency is not limited to animals. Even some microbes and planktonic organisms have evolved translucent structures that help them avoid detection or optimize their position in the water column. These microscopic ghosts form the foundation of the deep-sea food web, their invisibility protecting them from the few predators that venture this deep. And like their larger counterparts, they have adapted in other ways to life in the abyss, slowing their metabolism, altering their chemical composition, and forming symbiotic relationships that allow them to survive in an environment with few resources. The evolutionary pathways that lead to transparency are as varied as the organisms themselves. Some lineages have retained transparency from larval stages into adulthood, never developing pigmentation as they mature. Others have evolved it independently, shedding pigmentation that was once useful in shallower waters. The repeated emergence of transparency across unrelated groups is a testament to its power as a survival strategy. It is a solution that works, And in the abyss, solutions that work tend to appear again and again, shaped by the relentless pressures of natural selection. Studying these transparent organisms is not easy. Their fragility makes them difficult to collect without damage, and their invisibility makes them hard to spot in the first place. Many are discovered only by accident, glimpsed briefly in the beams of remotely operated vehicles or caught in fine mesh nets. Even when captured, they often disintegrate or lose their form before they can be studied. Advances in deep-sea exploration technology, high-resolution cameras, gentle sampling devices, and in-situ observation platforms have begun to change this, allowing scientists to observe these creatures in their natural environment without disturbing them. What they are revealing is a hidden layer of biodiversity, a ghost world within the abyss that we're only beginning to understand. This ghost world is not just biologically fascinating, it is ecologically important. Transparent organisms play crucial roles in the deep-sea food web, both as prey and predator. Many feed on the slow rain of marine snow, recycling organic matter and making it available to other species. Others prey on each other, forming complex networks of interaction that sustain the ecosystem. Even their remains contribute to the nutrient cycles of the deep. When they die, their gelatinous bodies sink to the seafloor, where they are consumed by scavengers or decomposed by microbes, releasing nutrients back into the environment. Transparency also offers clues about the evolutionary history of life in the deep sea. Many of the ghostly forms we see today are descended from ancestors that lived in shallower waters. Their transition to the abyss was accompanied by profound changes, not just in pigmentation and structure, but in physiology, behavior, and life history. By studying these changes, scientists can reconstruct the evolutionary pathways that led to life in one of Earth's most extreme environments. They can also gain insights into how life might adapt to other dark, high-pressure worlds, on icy moons, for example, or in the deep subsurface oceans of distant planets. For all their adaptations, these ghosts are not invulnerable. Like all deep-sea life, they are affected by changes in the surface world. Microplastics and chemical pollutants can accumulate in their delicate tissues. Shifts in ocean temperature and circulation can alter the availability of food, disrupting the fragile balance of the ecosystem. Even the faint light that penetrates the deep, whether from bioluminescence or human activity, can influence their behavior and interactions. These pressures are subtle but real, and they remind us that even in the most remote corners of the planet, life is connected to the broader Earth system. Invisibility has always captured the human imagination, from myths of cloaks that render their wearers unseen to dreams of technologies that could make objects disappear. But in the Molloy Deep, invisibility is not fantasy, it is biology. It is a solution crafted by evolution over millions of years, a response to the relentless pressures of survival in a world without light. And it is a reminder of how radically different life can look when freed from the constraints of our familiar environments. Here, where the darkness is absolute and the pressure immense, life does not announce itself with colour or sound. It slips silently through the water, invisible until the moment it acts. It hides in plain sight, revealing itself only when illuminated by the brief glow of bioluminescence, or the artificial light of a passing vehicle. It is a ghost world, but it is alive, vibrant, complex, and essential. And as we drift deeper into this hidden realm, we begin to see that invisibility is not absence, but presence of a different kind, a quiet assertion of life's ability to endure and adapt, even in the most unforgiving corners of the earth. The ghosts of the deep remind us that the abyss is not empty. It is full of life that has chosen subtlety over spectacle, concealment over confrontation. It is a world where being unseen is not a weakness but a strength, where transparency is not fragility but finesse, and it is a world that continues to challenge our understanding of what life is and what it can be. As we move deeper still into the Molloy Deep, the shapes grow fainter, the bodies more elusive, and the boundaries between the living and the invisible blur even further. What else hides here, unseen, waiting for our eyes to adjust to the darkness? What forms of life have evolved beyond even our ability to perceive them? The answers lie ahead, in a realm where visibility itself is optional, and where life's most profound strategies are often the ones we cannot see. The deeper you go into the Molloy Deep, the more the notion of a predator begins to feel like something altogether different from what we imagine on the surface. Here, in a world without light, where food arrives unpredictably and scarcity defines existence, hunting is not a frantic chase or a dramatic ambush. It is a slow, deliberate dance of patience and precision. It is a game played in silence and darkness, where both hunter and hunted must rely on senses other than sight, and where the energy expended in the pursuit of a meal must never exceed the energy gained from consuming it. This is a realm where the very idea of predation has been rewritten by the abyss, producing strategies that are as subtle as they are ruthless. In this haze of perpetual night, hunting is not about speed or strength, but about adaptation, timing, and the ability to endure long stretches of emptiness before opportunity drifts by. At the heart of this transformation is scarcity. In the sunlit surface waters, prey is abundant and replenished constantly by the energy of the sun. Predators there can afford to be active, to chase, to fail and try again. But in the Molloy Deep, food is rare and opportunities are fleeting. A missed strike might mean weeks of hunger. A wasted burst of energy could be fatal. Every move must count. As a result, the predators of the deep have evolved strategies that minimize energy expenditure while maximizing the chance of success. Many are ambush hunters, lying motionless for days or weeks at a time, waiting for prey to come to them. Others use lures to draw prey within striking distance. Some drift passively, conserving energy until the right moment to strike. All share a common trait, an extraordinary economy of effort. One of the most iconic hunters of the deep embodies this economy perfectly, the anglerfish. To see one drifting in the abyss is to witness a masterpiece of evolutionary efficiency. Its body is soft and gelatinous, requiring little energy to maintain buoyancy. It does not swim actively but hovers, conserving strength. From its head extends a long, flexible spine tipped with a glowing lure, a product of bioluminescent bacteria that live in symbiosis with the fish. This lure pulses and flickers in the darkness, mimicking the movements of tiny prey. Drawn by the glow, unsuspecting creatures approach, and when they are close enough, the anglerfish strikes with startling speed, engulfing them in a mouth lined with inward-pointing teeth that ensure nothing escapes. The energy cost of this strategy is minimal, and the rewards are substantial. The anglerfish can go weeks without another meal, its metabolism so slow that it barely burns energy between strikes. Other hunters take different approaches. Some deep-sea squid, for example, are active predators despite the scarcity of prey. They use long, sensitive tentacles to detect vibrations in the water, locating prey that they cannot see. Once they make contact, they explode into motion, wrapping their tentacles around their target and pulling it toward a sharp beak capable of slicing through flesh and shell. Their speed is startling in a world where most movement is slow, but it is always brief and controlled. These squid do not chase their prey over long distances. They strike from close range, using short bursts of energy, followed by long periods of stillness to recover. Even among fish, hunting strategies vary widely. The gulper eel, with its enormous expandable mouth, is a master of opportunism. It drifts through the darkness, its bioluminescent tail glowing faintly to attract prey. When a small fish or crustacean approaches, the gulper eel opens its cavernous jaws and engulfs it whole. This strategy allows it to capture prey much larger than itself, and ensures that even rare encounters yield a substantial reward. Other fish rely on stealth rather than size. The deep-sea dragonfish, for instance, uses rows of sharp, transparent teeth and a dark, nearly invisible body to approach prey undetected. It can generate red bioluminescent light, invisible to most of its prey, to illuminate targets without revealing its position, an evolutionary advantage in a world where most bioluminescence is blue or green. Not all hunters rely on speed or stealth. Some use deception. The tripod fish, a peculiar predator that lives on the seafloor, plants itself on 3 elongated fins like a camera on a tripod and faces into the current, extending its long pectoral fins like nets. It waits motionless as tiny crustaceans and plankton drift by, snatching them with a lightning-quick flick of its fins. This passive strategy is remarkably effective in an environment where active pursuit is costly. The fish does not need to move or expend much energy. The current brings the prey to it. Its elongated fins even act as sensory organs, detecting vibrations in the water that reveal the approach of prey long before it comes into view. The scarcity of prey in the Molloy Deep also drives many predators to broaden their diets. Few species can afford to be specialists here. A deep-sea fish may consume anything it encounters that can fit into its mouth. Fish, crustaceans, jellyfish, even detritus. Some are scavengers as much as hunters, feeding on the carcasses of whales, sharks, and other large animals that drift down from the surface in events known as whale falls. These sudden windfalls of energy can sustain entire communities for years, and predators quickly gather to feed. Hagfish bore into carcasses and consume them from the inside out. Amphipods swarm in vast numbers, stripping flesh to the bone in a matter of days. Larger predators circle the periphery, snapping up the smaller scavengers drawn to the feast. In a place where food is rare, every opportunity is exploited. Hunting in the deep sea is not limited to animals we might think of as predators. Even microbes are hunters here, preying on each other in the sediments that blanket the seafloor. Some bacteria release chemical toxins to kill competitors or immobilize prey. Others form filaments that ensnare smaller organisms. These microbial interactions, though invisible to the naked eye, are a crucial part of the deep-sea food web, recycling nutrients and sustaining the larger ecosystem. In the abyss, predation occurs at every scale, from the microscopic to the macroscopic, shaping the flow of energy through the ecosystem. Senses, too, have evolved in remarkable ways to support predation in this dark, high-pressure environment. Eyes, where they exist, are often enormous relative to body size, capable of detecting the faintest glimmer of bioluminescence. Some species, like the dragonfish, can see wavelengths of light that are invisible to most other organisms, giving them an edge in the hunt. Others dispense with vision entirely, relying on lateral lines to detect vibrations, on chemical sensors to track scent trails, or on mechanoreceptors that sense the movement of water. Even the tiniest cues, the displacement of water by a swimming prey, the faint chemical signature of decaying organic matter, can guide a predator to its target. In the deep, where direct information is scarce, these senses are often exquisitely tuned, capable of detecting signals that would go unnoticed in the noisy surface world. The deep sea has even produced examples of cooperation in the hunt, though they are rare. Some species of shrimp and fish have been observed hunting together, the shrimp stirring up sediment to flush out prey, while the fish wait to snap it up. Symbiotic relationships between predators and bioluminescent bacteria are another form of cooperation, with the bacteria providing light in exchange for a stable environment within the host. These partnerships demonstrate that even in the most extreme environments, life finds ways to collaborate as well as compete. Hunting in the abyss is not just a biological challenge, it is an evolutionary crucible. Every strike, every missed opportunity, every adaptation is part of a long, slow experiment in survival. Over millions of years, predators and prey have shaped each other in a relentless cycle of adaptation and counter-adaptation. prey evolve better camouflage, more sensitive detection systems and faster escape responses, predators evolve sharper senses, more efficient lures, and more subtle strategies. The result is a complex web of interactions that is constantly shifting, even if the pace of change is measured in millennia rather than moments. This slow evolutionary dance has produced forms and behaviours that seem almost otherworldly. Some predators have enormous jaws relative to their bodies, allowing them to swallow prey almost as large as themselves, an advantage when meals are rare. Others have evolved extendable stomachs that can stretch to accommodate sudden feasts. Some have jaws that unhinge, others teeth that fold inward to prevent prey from escaping. Each adaptation tells a story of scarcity and opportunity, of life refined by the need to make the most of whatever chance comes its way. For all its strangeness, the deep-sea hunt is governed by the same fundamental principle that shapes life everywhere. Energy must be gained more efficiently than it is spent. In the Molloy Deep, that equation is unforgiving. A failed hunt might mean weeks without food. An inefficient strategy might lead to starvation. Every movement, every behaviour, every adaptation is shaped by the relentless arithmetic of survival. And yet, despite the challenges, predators here thrive. They do so not by overpowering their environment, but by mastering it, by becoming as patient, as efficient, and as subtle as the abyss itself. Human observers, accustomed to the drama of predation on land or in shallow seas, often find the deep-sea hunt disorienting. There is no spectacle here, no frenzied chases or violent clashes. Much of the action unfolds slowly, invisibly, over long periods of time. A predator may drift motionless for days, conserving energy before a single brief strike secures its next meal. A scavenger may wait months for the next large carcass to fall. Even the microbial hunters in the sediment operate on timescales that would seem glacial to us. And yet, this is not inactivity. It is a different kind of dynamism, one shaped by the constraints and possibilities of an environment where nothing can be wasted. The predators of the Molloy Deep remind us that hunting is not always about dominance or aggression. Sometimes it is about patience, adaptation, and the precise use of limited resources. It's about blending into the darkness, sensing the faintest signals, and striking only when the moment is right. It's about turning scarcity into opportunity and impossibility into survival. It's about the relentless persistence of life, even in a place where life seems least likely to exist. As we linger here, surrounded by the silent hunters of the abyss, we begin to understand that the deep sea is not a place where life merely endures. It is a place where life refines itself to an extraordinary degree, honing its strategies to match the challenges of the environment. The predators here are not crude brutes, but exquisite specialists, shaped by millions of years of evolution into forms and behaviours that seem almost inevitable in this context. And as we look deeper still into this dark and distant world, we are reminded that even in the most alien corners of our planet, the fundamental story remains the same. Life finds a way to feed itself, to grow, to persist, even when it must hunt in the haze. Time moves differently in the Molloy Deep. Down here, far beneath the churning surface and the restless winds and the changing seasons, the very concept of time seems to dissolve and reassemble into something slower, heavier, and almost unrecognisable. At the surface, the world is defined by speed. Waves rise and fall by the second, storms form and vanish in days, forests change colour in weeks, and entire species can evolve or disappear in a few millennia. Down here, none of that applies. Change is measured not in moments but in millennia, not in seasons but in epochs. The deep sea does not hurry. It does not rush toward transformation. It waits. It endures. It measures time not by the flicker of days, but by the slow pulse of Earth's own geological heart. This slowness is not just a quirk of perspective. It is built into the very fabric of the deep sea environment. Everything about the Molloy Deep, the crushing pressure, the near-freezing cold, the absence of light, the scarcity of food, conspires to slow the rhythms of life and geology alike. The water here barely moves, flowing in sluggish currents that can take centuries to circulate. The sediments accumulate grain by grain, laying down layers that might be only millimeters thick in 1,000 years. The organisms that inhabit this world grow slowly, reproduce rarely, and live for astonishing spans of time. Even the tectonic forces that shape the basin grind forward at a pace that is almost imperceptible on human timescales. The result is a realm where the past lingers and the present stretches almost indefinitely. To stand, or rather, to drift, in the Molloy Deep is to stand in the presence of deep time. This is not the time of human experience, measured in heartbeats and lifetimes. It is the time of continents drifting and oceans forming, of ice ages advancing and retreating, of life evolving and adapting over tens of millions of years. It is the time written into the very bones of the planet, the time that shapes everything but rarely announces itself. And in the Molloy Deep, it is visible not as motion but as stillness, a stillness that hides processes so vast and slow that they escape our ordinary perception. One of the most tangible manifestations of deep time here lies in the sediments that blanket the seafloor. These layers, built grain by grain over millions of years, are more than just mud. They are a chronicle. Each layer records a moment in Earth's history, a shift in climate, a change in ocean chemistry, an eruption of volcanic ash, a pulse of organic material from the surface. Together they form a continuous archive that stretches back through glacial cycles and interglacial warmth, through times when the Arctic was ice-free and times when ice sheets, kilometers thick, covered the land. Scientists who study these sediments can read them like a book, reconstructing not just the history of the Molloy Deep, but the history of the planet itself. The changes that unfold too slowly to see in a human lifetime are written here in exquisite detail. The organisms that live here are also products and participants in this slow unfolding. Many deep-sea species have lifespans that dwarf those of surface dwellers. Corals in the deep sea can live for thousands of years, their slow growth preserving records of ocean chemistry in their skeletons. Fish and invertebrates may take decades to reach maturity, and reproduce only a handful of times in a century. Even the microbial life in the sediments lives on extended timescales, metabolizing so slowly that a single generation might take years to complete. This is not just a consequence of environmental constraints, it is an adaptation to them. In a world where energy is scarce and opportunities are rare, rushing is not rewarded. Patience is. This patience is reflected in the structure of deep-sea ecosystems. While surface ecosystems can change dramatically in a matter of years, responding to storms, climate shifts, or human impacts, the deep sea changes on timescales that are often geological. Communities here may persist in essentially the same form for thousands or even millions of years. Evolution continues, of course, but it does so slowly, its pace dampened by the stability of the environment and the long generation times of its inhabitants. What we see in the Molloy Deep today is not just a snapshot of the present, it is, in many ways, a living remnant of the past, shaped by conditions that have remained largely unchanged for millions of years. Even the physical environment reflects this deep temporal rhythm. The tectonic forces that created the Molloy Deep still shape it today, but their pace is glacial. The North American and Eurasian plates continue to drift apart at a rate of only a few centimeters per year, a motion so slow it is imperceptible without precise instruments. Yet over tens of millions of years, that slow separation has opened entire ocean basins and reshaped continents. Earthquakes ripple through the fracture zones now and then, but even they are part of a larger, slower story. The planet's ongoing evolution written in sudden, momentary bursts. Currents too move on timescales that defy ordinary experience. The thermohaline circulation that carries cold, dense water from the surface into the deep ocean operates like a planetary heartbeat, but one that beats only once every 1,000 years. A parcel of water that sinks in the Arctic today may not resurface for centuries, travelling through the global conveyor belt that links all the world's oceans before eventually returning to the surface. In this way, the water filling the Molloy Deep carries with it the memory of distant events. Storms that raged in the North Atlantic, rainfall that fell over tropical seas, ice that melted on Greenland's coast. It is a reminder that even in the apparent stillness of the abyss, motion never truly ceases. It just moves at a pace we struggle to grasp. Time's slow pulse shapes not just the present, but the future. Because change here unfolds so gradually, deep-sea ecosystems are often highly stable, but they are also slow to recover when disturbed. A population reduced by human activity or natural disaster might take centuries to rebound. A shift in temperature or chemistry might ripple through the ecosystem over hundreds of years. This resilience through stability is a double-edged sword. It has allowed life in the deep to persist through ice ages, mass extinctions, and dramatic shifts in Earth's climate. But it also makes these ecosystems vulnerable to rapid change. The warming and acidification driven by human activity, occurring over mere decades, are abrupt by deep-sea standards. Shockingly fast disruptions to a system accustomed to moving at a crawl. The deep sea also acts as a reservoir of time in another way. It stores carbon for centuries or millennia, helping regulate Earth's climate. Organic matter that sinks from the surface can be buried in sediments and remain there for millions of years, effectively removing carbon from the atmosphere and ocean. This slow burial process is a critical component of the global carbon cycle, one that stabilizes the planet's climate over long timescales. It is a process invisible in the short term but profound in its cumulative impact, one of the many ways the deep sea connects the present to the deep past and the far future. Time in the Molloy Deep is also written into the genes of the organisms that live here. Many deep-sea lineages are ancient, their ancestors tracing back to periods when the continents were in different configurations and the oceans had different chemistries. Some species may have changed little in tens of millions of years, their forms so well suited to the stable conditions of the abyss that evolution has had little reason to alter them. Others bear the marks of more recent adaptations, subtle shifts in physiology or behaviour that reflect changes in food supply, temperature or pressure over geological time. Studying these lineages offers a glimpse into the history of life on Earth. Not just its present diversity, but the pathways it has followed through deep time. The concept of deep time can be difficult to grasp because it operates on scales far beyond human experience. Our lives are measured in decades, our civilizations in centuries, our recorded history in millennia. Deep time stretches into the hundreds of millions and billions of years. It encompasses the formation of continents, the rise and fall of oceans, the birth and extinction of species. It is the scale on which the Molloy Deep was born, and on which it will one day be transformed again. And yet, even though it is vast, it is not abstract here. It is tangible. It is present in the sediments underfoot, in the slow drift of currents, in the ancient lineages that swim through the darkness. To contemplate deep time is to confront our own brevity. Human civilization is a blink compared to the lifespan of a coral colony on the abyssal plain. The history of agriculture barely registers against the slow accumulation of sediments on the seafloor. Even the entirety of human existence is a thin layer in the geological record. A brief chapter in the story the Molloy Deep has been writing for millions of years, and yet our actions, brief though they are, now ripple through this ancient system. Carbon released over a few centuries alters currents that have flowed for millennia. Plastic discarded over decades sinks into sediments that took eons to form. The deep time of the Molloy Deep and the fleeting time of humanity are now entangled, each shaping the other in ways that will endure far beyond our own lifespans. This entanglement is perhaps the most sobering lesson the deep sea has to offer. It reminds us that time is not just something we move through, it is something we shape. The decisions we make in a single generation can echo for centuries in the deep ocean. The changes we set in motion today will ripple through ecosystems that evolve on geological timescales. The deep time of the Molloy Deep does not make our actions insignificant, it amplifies them. And yet there is comfort in this vastness too. The slow pulse of deep time is a reminder that the planet is resilient, that life endures, that change, though slow, is inevitable. The Molloy Deep has seen ice ages come and go. Continents drift and collide, species rise and vanish. It has persisted through cataclysms far greater than anything humanity has yet unleashed. It will change in response to us, yes, but it will not end. Its pulse will continue long after we're gone, shaping new forms of life and new configurations of the Earth. As we drift through the darkness of the Molloy Deep, surrounded by organisms whose lives span centuries and sediments that record millions of years, we are reminded that time is not a single, uniform thing. It moves at different speeds in different places, shaping different stories. At the surface, it rushes forward, driven by storms and seasons and the churn of a life. Down here, it barely seems to move at all, stretching out into vast, quiet arcs. Both are real, both are part of the same planet, and both are essential to understanding how Earth works. The slow pulse of deep time beats steadily beneath the surface chaos, a reminder that the world is larger and older than we can easily imagine. It is a pulse that shapes the Molloy Deep and everything within it, from the smallest microbe to the largest tectonic plate. And as we listen to it, as we begin to understand the rhythms of this hidden realm, we gain a deeper appreciation for the planet we inhabit and the forces that shape it. The deep sea is not just a place. It is a timescale, a perspective, a way of seeing the world not as a series of moments but as a continuum stretching from the distant past into the far future. And in that continuum, the Molloy Deep is both ancient and ongoing, a place where time itself slows to a crawl and yet never truly stops. It is easy to think of the deep ocean as barren because we are so accustomed to associating abundance with sunlight. On land and in the upper ocean, life flourishes where light is plentiful. Plants, algae, and photosynthetic microbes capture energy from the sun, build sugars from carbon dioxide, and form the foundation of food webs that ripple outward in astonishing diversity. But the Molloy Deep knows nothing of sunlight. No rays penetrate the crushing darkness. No photosynthetic life blooms here. And yet life does exist, clinging to the seafloor, drifting in the water column, waiting patiently in the stillness. It survives because of a strange, quiet phenomenon that begins far above and takes weeks or months to arrive here. It survives because of marine snow, a continuous, ghostly rain of organic matter that falls from the surface like flakes in a storm that never happened. The term marine snow might sound poetic, but it is not a metaphor. It is quite literal. Tiny particles of organic material, ranging from microscopic plankton remains to bits of fecal matter, mucus, and detritus, aggregate in the upper layers of the ocean and begin a slow descent toward the seafloor. They drift downwards in clumps and flocks, sometimes no larger than dust, sometimes as big as a grain of sand, and on rare occasions even larger. Most of them are barely visible, but when illuminated by the lights of a submersible, they reveal themselves as a shimmering blizzard of particles falling endlessly through the water column. In the deep sea, this gentle rain is everything. It is food, fuel, and foundation, the thread that ties the lightless abyss to the bright, chaotic world above. The journey of marine snow begins at the surface, where phytoplankton, microscopic plants, bloom in the presence of sunlight. These organisms form the base of the marine food web, supporting vast populations of zooplankton, small fish, and larger predators. But they also die in staggering numbers, their remains sinking into deeper waters. Zooplankton contribute too, shedding exoskeletons as they molt, and releasing fecal pellets that sink quickly through the water column. As these materials descend, they collide, stick together, and grow into larger particles, accelerating their fall. Along the way, they are colonized by bacteria and other microbes, which begin breaking them down, releasing nutrients and transforming them into new forms of organic matter. This slow, constant cascade of material is what sustains life in the deep ocean. The descent is not quick. A typical particle of marine snow may take weeks to reach the depths of the Molloy Deep. Along the way, it is nibbled at and decomposed by countless organisms, from tiny copepods to free-floating bacteria. Much of it is consumed long before it reaches the abyssal plain. In fact, scientists estimate that less than 1% of the organic material produced in the surface ocean ever reaches the deep sea. The rest is recycled higher up, fueling life in the upper and mid-water layers. But that tiny fraction that does make it to the bottom is enough. Over the vast expanse of geological time, it has built and sustained entire ecosystems in places where no other source of energy is available. Life in the Molloy Deep has evolved to exploit this slow, steady drizzle with ruthless efficiency. Microbes living on the seafloor form mats that absorb and metabolize every trace of organic carbon they encounter. Tiny worms and crustaceans burrow through the sediments, sifting through the particles and consuming whatever organic matter they find. Sea cucumbers crawl across the abyssal plain, sweeping up detritus like living vacuum cleaners. Amphipods scurry over carcasses and scraps, shredding them into smaller pieces that sink deeper into the sediment. Even the largest animals here ultimately depend on marine snow. Fish, squid, and other predators feed on organisms that feed on the snow, forming food webs that trace back, ultimately, to the rain of organic matter from above. This dependence on marine snow has shaped not just the biology of deep-sea organisms, but their behaviour and life cycles as well. Many species are opportunistic, feeding whenever and wherever food is available. Some can survive months without eating, slowing their metabolism to almost nothing when food is scarce. Others can switch between scavenging, filter feeding and predation depending on what is available. Reproduction too is often timed to coincide with seasonal pulses of marine snow. In the Arctic, for example, phytoplankton blooms are closely linked to the seasonal retreat of sea ice. When the ice melts and sunlight floods the surface waters, phytoplankton populations explode, leading to a surge in organic material sinking to the depths weeks or months later. Deep-sea organisms respond to this pulse, reproducing or growing more rapidly when food is most abundant. Marine snow is more than just food. It is also an essential part of the planet's carbon cycle. When organic material sinks into the deep ocean and becomes buried in sediments, it effectively removes carbon from the atmosphere and surface ocean, storing it for centuries or millennia. This process, known as the biological pump, helps regulate Earth's climate by reducing the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The Molloy Deep and other abyssal basins are key components of this system, acting as vast carbon sinks that stabilise the planet's climate over geological timescales. The same particles that feed deep-sea organisms also play a crucial role in shaping the conditions that make life possible on the surface. The slow rain of marine snow is not uniform. It varies with the seasons, with climate patterns, and with changes in surface productivity. During times of high productivity, when nutrient-rich waters rise to the surface, or when ice retreats to allow sunlight in, the flux of organic material increases, providing a feast for the deep sea. During leaner times, the flux diminishes, and life in the abyss must tighten its belt. Over longer timescales, changes in climate, ocean circulation, and nutrient availability can alter the amount and composition of marine snow that reaches the deep. These fluctuations are recorded in the sediments of the Molloy Deep, where layers rich in organic material alternate with layers that are more barren, each telling a story about the conditions in the ocean above. The dependence on marine snow also means that the deep sea is vulnerable to changes in the surface world. As climate change alters ocean temperatures and stratification, the timing and magnitude of phytoplankton blooms are shifting. Warmer waters can reduce nutrient mixing, limiting the growth of phytoplankton and decreasing the supply of organic material to the deep. Melting sea ice in the Arctic may increase productivity in some regions but disrupt established patterns in others. These changes ripple downward, affecting the entire deep sea ecosystem. A reduction in marine snow can lead to lower microbial activity, slower nutrient cycling, and declines in populations of detritivaries and scavengers. It can also reduce the deep ocean's capacity to store carbon, amplifying climate change further. For the organisms of the Molloy Deep, these changes are significant. Their entire existence is built around the predictable arrival of marine snow. Even small shifts in the timing or quantity of that supply can have cascading effects on growth, reproduction, and survival. And because deep sea life operates on such slow timescales, it may struggle to adapt to rapid changes. A shift that unfolds over a few decades, a blink in human terms, can feel like a sudden upheaval in a world that usually changes over millennia. Marine snow is not the only source of food in the deep sea, but it is by far the most consistent. Other sources, like carcasses of whales and large fish known as fall events, or chemosynthetic communities around hydrothermal vents, are rare and localized. Marine snow, by contrast, is everywhere. It is the background condition of the abyss, the steady hum that sustains life in the long, dark intervals between more dramatic events. Even carcass falls, when they do occur, ultimately trace their energy back to the surface. The whales and fish that sink to the sea floor once fed on plankton or on organisms that did. In this way, nearly all energy in the deep sea, directly or indirectly, flows from the rain of organic matter that begins with photosynthesis in the sunlit surface waters. The physical properties of marine snow are as important as its composition. Because the particles are small and light, they sink slowly, creating a prolonged and diffuse supply of food rather than a single pulse. This slow descent also means that the material is available to a wide range of organisms throughout the water column, from mid-water filter feeders to benthic scavengers. Some animals have evolved to intercept marine snow as it falls, filtering particles from the water or capturing them with sticky appendages. Others wait for it to accumulate on the seafloor, grazing on the thin layer of detritus that builds up over time. Microbes play a central role in both stages, colonizing the particles as they fall and breaking them down once they settle, releasing nutrients that fuel further growth and activity. The rain of marine snow is not uniform even within a single region. Local conditions, currents, eddies, topography, can create areas where particles accumulate more densely, forming hotspots of biological activity. Seamounts, ridges, and even small bumps on the seafloor can act as traps, concentrating falling material and creating microhabitats that support higher densities of life. In the Molloy Deep, subtle variations in the landscape and currents likely create a patchwork of abundance and scarcity, shaping the distribution of organisms across the basin. It is worth pausing to consider the scale of what marine snow accomplishes. Imagine a single cell of phytoplankton drifting near the Arctic surface. It captures sunlight, converts carbon dioxide into organic matter, and becomes part of the vast swirling bloom that fuels the upper ocean. When it dies, it begins a journey downward. It may sink alone or become part of a larger particle, colliding with other fragments along the way. It may be consumed and excreted by zooplankton, transforming into a faster sinking pellet. It may be colonized by bacteria, partially decomposed and altered. Much of it may be consumed before it ever reaches the deep, but perhaps a small fraction, a sliver of a sliver, makes the full journey. Weeks or months later, it settles gently on the seafloor of the Molloy Deep, where it becomes food for a worm, fuel for a microbe, or a contribution to the long-term storage of carbon. That single cell's journey, insignificant on its own, is part of a vast planet-spanning process that links the surface and the abyss, the present and the deep future. This connection between the surface and the deep is one of the most profound aspects of marine snow. It shows that the abyss is not isolated from the rest of the planet, but deeply intertwined with it. What happens in the surface ocean, the growth of plankton, the melting of ice, the mixing of waters, ripples downward, shaping life and chemistry thousands of meters below. And what happens in the deep, the burial of carbon, the recycling of nutrients, the slow transformation of organic matter, ripples back upward, influencing the climate and productivity of the surface. Marine snow is the thread that ties these two realms together, a continuous exchange that sustains the ocean as a whole. It is also a reminder of the power of accumulation. Individually, the particles of marine snow are insignificant, ephemeral, but together, over time, they build something vast and enduring. They feed entire ecosystems, regulate the planet's climate, and record the history of the ocean in the layers of sediment they leave behind. They are the mechanism by which energy from the sun, captured fleetingly by a phytoplankton cell, is transported to the deepest, darkest corners of the planet. They are the reason life can exist where sunlight never shines. As we drift through the Molloy Deep and watch the faint shimmer of marine snow falling all around us, we begin to understand that this constant rain is not a background detail. It is the central process that sustains this world. It is the heartbeat of the abyss, slow and steady, linking the smaller cell to the largest ecosystem, the surface to the sea floor, the present to the deep future. And as we move deeper into the story of the Molloy Deep, the significance of this ghostly snow becomes ever clearer. It is the reason there is life here at all, and it is the foundation on which everything else in this hidden world depends. Far below the storm-tossed surface, in the eternal darkness and crushing stillness of the Molloy Deep, life has carved out a living not from sunlight or drifting particles alone, but from the very chemistry of the Earth itself. In places where the seafloor splits and seeps, where water percolates through the fractured crust and emerges transformed, extraordinary ecosystem bloom without a single ray of light. These are the chemical gardens of the deep, thriving, self-contained worlds built on the raw reactions between rock and water, metal and molecule. Here, in the absence of the sun, life is fed by the planet's own internal energy, drawing sustenance from the invisible currents of chemistry that course through the deep ocean floor. And though they are hidden, these gardens tell one of the most astonishing stories of all, that life can exist not just despite the darkness, but because of it. To understand how such gardens arise, we must look deep into the geology of the sea floor. The Earth's crust is not uniform, it is broken into plates that shift and grind against one another, and it is laced with fractures and faults through which water can flow. Seawater, cold and oxygenated at the surface, seeps into these cracks and descends into the hot, mineral-rich interior of the crust. There, it reacts with the rocks, dissolving metals and other elements, picking up hydrogen and sulfides and becoming chemically transformed. Eventually, this heated, mineral-laden water rises back toward the seafloor, venting into the ocean through fissures and seeps. When it meets the frigid seawater above, minerals precipitate out, forming towering chimneys and mounds, the structures that anchor deep-sea hydrothermal vents and cold seeps alike. These vents and seeps are not common in the Molloy Deep, which lacks the dramatic volcanic activity of mid-ocean ridges, but the basin is not geologically dead. Subtle seepage occurs where fluids migrate upward through faults, or where ancient sediments release methane and other gases. These flows may not create the spectacular black smokers seen in more volcanic regions, but they're no less important. Even a gentle trickle of chemically rich fluid can sustain a thriving community of organisms, provided they have the right adaptations, and in the deep those adaptations are nothing short of extraordinary. At the heart of every chemical garden are microbes, the invisible architects and primary producers of these ecosystems. Unlike plants and algae, which harness sunlight to power photosynthesis, these microbes use chemical reactions to fuel life in a process known as chemosynthesis. Some oxidize hydrogen sulfide, turning this toxic compound into a source of energy. Others exploit methane, hydrogen, or even iron. By driving these reactions, they convert inorganic molecules into organic matter, forming the foundation of the food web just as photosynthetic organisms do at the surface. The energy that powers their metabolism does not come from the sun but from the Earth's internal heat, and the chemical gradients created by the interaction of seawater and rock. Around these microbial communities, an astonishing diversity of life gathers. Tube worms, clams, and mussels cluster around seeps, their bodies harbouring symbiotic bacteria that perform chemosynthesis within them. These partnerships are intimate and essential. The animals provide the bacteria with a stable environment and access to the chemicals they need, while the bacteria supply the animals with nutrients. In some species, the relationship is so complete that the host has lost its digestive system entirely, relying entirely on its microbial partners for sustenance. This is a radical departure from the way we usually think of animals, not as independent feeders, but as hosts to internal chemical factories that transform toxic molecules into food. These partnerships extend beyond the animals that live anchored to the seafloor. Crabs, shrimp, and other mobile scavengers patrol the edges of chemical gardens, feeding on the microbes themselves or on the detritus produced by larger organisms. Fish and octopuses hunt among the chimneys and seep fields, preying on the creatures that gather there. Even species that do not live directly at the vents may visit them periodically, drawn by the relative abundance of food. In an environment where resources are scarce and scattered, these oases of chemical energy are magnets for life. The physical structures of the vents and seeps themselves also contribute to the complexity of these ecosystems. As mineral-rich fluids mix with seawater, they precipitate out compounds like sulfides, carbonates, and silicates, building spires and chimneys that can rise several meters from the seafloor. These structures create surfaces for microbial mats to grow on and provide hiding places and attachment points for large organisms. Over time, as fluids continue to flow and minerals continue to deposit, the landscape of a vent field evolves, building and collapsing, growing and eroding in a slow cycle that can last for decades or centuries. These ever-changing formations are living architecture, built not by human hands but by the patient interplay of chemistry, water and rock. What is most striking about these chemical gardens is how self-sufficient they are. They do not depend on marine snow or on the surface world at all. Their energy is derived entirely from within the earth, and their food webs are constructed from the bottom up by chemosynthetic microbes. This makes them profoundly different from most other ecosystems on the planet. It also makes them deeply significant, not just for our understanding of life on Earth, but for our understanding of life in the universe. If life can exist here, in the absence of sunlight, and in the presence of chemicals most organisms consider toxic, then it could exist elsewhere, in the subsurface oceans of icy moons like Europa and Enceladus, or on ancient Mars, where hydrothermal activity may once have been common. Indeed, many scientists believe that life on Earth may have begun in environments very much like these. Hydrothermal vents provide not only energy, but also the chemical gradients and mineral surfaces necessary for the formation of complex organic molecules. They are natural reactors, capable of concentrating simple compounds and catalyzing the reactions that build life's building blocks. Some researchers propose that the first cells emerge not in shallow, sunlit waters, but in the shadowy depths of hydrothermal fields, fed by the same reactions that sustain deep-sea microbes today. If this is true, then the chemical gardens of the deep are not just biological curiosities, they are windows into the origin of life itself. The diversity of chemical metabolisms in these ecosystems is staggering. Some microbes oxidize hydrogen sulfide to sulfate, releasing energy in the process. Others reduce sulfate back to sulfide, completing the cycle. Some oxidize methane to carbon dioxide, while others reduce carbon dioxide to methane. Still others use iron, manganese, or even trace metals as electron donors or acceptors. Each of these metabolic pathways supports a different suite of organisms and contributes to the overall functioning of the ecosystem. Together, they create a web of chemical reactions that recycles nutrients, transforms minerals, and sustains life in a place where it would otherwise be impossible. Even the byproducts of these reactions can shape the environment. The precipitation of minerals builds new structures and alters the flow of fluids. The consumption of hydrogen sulfide and methane changes the local chemistry, influencing which organisms can thrive. The release of heat and chemicals into the water column can attract animals from far away. Over time, the interplay between biology and chemistry creates a dynamic, evolving ecosystem, one that is both a product of its environment and a force that shapes it. The life that thrives in these chemical gardens is as fragile as it is resilient. It is exquisitely adapted to the precise conditions of temperature, chemistry, and flow found at its particular vent or seep. A shift in those conditions, a change in the composition of the fluids, a disruption of the flow, a burial by shifting sediments, can wipe out a community. And yet, these ecosystems have persisted for millions of years, surviving shifts in ocean circulation, changes in climate, and even mass extinctions. They do so not because they are unchanging, but because they are adaptable. When a vent field dies, the organisms move to another. When conditions change, new communities emerge. Life here is not static. It is opportunistic, resilient, and endlessly inventive. For all their apparent isolation, these chemical gardens are not disconnected from the broader ocean. The nutrients they release can enrich surrounding waters, supporting microbial growth far beyond the vent fields themselves. The organisms that live here may release larvae that drift for hundreds of kilometers before settling, connecting distant vent communities and maintaining genetic diversity. Even the minerals that precipitate from vent fluids can influence the chemistry of the deep ocean as they dissolve or are transported by currents. In this way, the chemical gardens of the Molloy Deep are both isolated oases and integral parts of the larger marine system. Human exploration of these hidden worlds is still in its infancy. Most of what we know about hydrothermal vents and cold seeps comes from a handful of expeditions and a few dozen well-studied sites. The Molloy Deep, with its remote location and challenging conditions, remains largely unexplored. But what little we have seen suggests that it too harbours chemical gardens, perhaps smaller and subtler than those at mid-ocean ridges, but no less significant. As technology improves and exploration continues, we are likely to find more of these hidden oases, each with its own unique chemistry, biology, and history. The discovery of chemical gardens in the deep sea has profound implications, not just for science, but for our understanding of life's possibilities. It shows us that life does not require sunlight or oxygen, or abundant nutrients. It shows us that life can build entire ecosystems from the barest ingredients: water, rock, and a few simple molecules. It shows us that Earth itself is a source of energy, capable of sustaining life even in the most inhospitable places. And it suggests that the universe too may be full of such possibilities, waiting in the dark, waiting for us to discover them. As we linger in the Molloy Deep and contemplate these hidden gardens, it becomes clear that they are more than just curiosities. They are testaments to life's ingenuity, to its ability to find a foothold in even the harshest conditions. They are reminders that the story of life on Earth is not just a story of sunlight and photosynthesis, but also of rock and chemistry and the deep, slow forces of the planet itself. And they are hints, perhaps, of stories yet to be written, stories of life that might exist elsewhere, fed not by starlight, but by the quiet reactions deep within alien oceans. Here, in the darkness beneath the Arctic, these chemical gardens bloom quietly and without fanfare. They do not announce themselves with colour or sound. They build slowly, molecule by molecule, reaction by reaction, sustaining life in a place where life should not be. And in doing so, they reveal something profound, that even in the coldest, darkest, most isolated corners of our planet, the spark of life not only survives, but thrives, nourished by the hidden chemistry of the deep earth. And as we continue deeper into this world, we realize that these gardens are not exceptions, but expressions of a universal truth, that life, given even the smallest chance, will find a way to grow. They are almost invisible, even under the most powerful microscopes. They have no eyes to see, no mouths to eat, no limbs to swim. They do not roar or glow or flash their presence in the darkness. And yet, in the Molloy Deep, this cold, dark, high-pressure abyss at the edge of the Arctic Ocean, they are the first and last word in survival. Microbes rule here. They are the pioneers that colonize bare rock, and the recyclers that turn death back into life. They are the chemists that build energy out of poisons, and the archivists that store Earth's deep history in their genetic code. They are not merely participants in this ecosystem. They are its architects, its engineers, its foundation. Without them, the Molloy Deep would be a silent graveyard. With them, it is a living, breathing system, slow and subtle, yes, but vibrant in its own way. These microbial masters of survival are the true rulers of the deep, and understanding them is key to understanding how life persists in one of the harshest environments on Earth. To appreciate what microbes accomplish in the Molloy Deep, it is important to understand just how difficult survival is here. The water is near freezing, around minus 0.8 degrees Celsius, which slows chemical reactions to a crawl. The pressure is immense, hundreds of times greater than at the surface, which distorts proteins and destabilizes cellular structures. There is no sunlight, which means no photosynthesis, and therefore no easy source of energy. Food is scarce, drifting down from the surface as sparse flakes of marine snow or seeping up from below in the form of chemical compounds. And yet, in this hostile environment, microbes not only survive but flourish. They do so not by brute force but by adaptability, by evolving molecular machinery and metabolic pathways that function where most life would fail. Some of the most remarkable microbial strategies in the deep involve energy. At the surface, almost all life ultimately depends on sunlight. Plants and algae capture solar energy through photosynthesis and convert it into chemical energy, which then flows through food webs. But in the Molloy Deep, there is no sunlight to capture. Microbes here must rely on chemosynthesis, using chemical reactions to generate energy. Many oxidize hydrogen sulfide, a compound that is toxic to most organisms, converting it into sulfate while releasing energy they can use to build organic molecules. Others oxidize methane, a potent greenhouse gas, turning it into carbon dioxide and water. Still others use hydrogen, iron, manganese, or even ammonium as energy sources, exploiting chemical gradients created by the interaction of seawater with rock or by the decay of organic matter. Each of these metabolic pathways is a marvel of biochemical engineering, finely tuned to the conditions of the deep. The enzymes that drive them are adapted to function at near freezing temperatures, remaining flexible and active where those of surface organisms would stiffen and slow. The cell membranes that contain them are rich in unsaturated fatty acids, which remain fluid under pressure and cold. Even the structure of DNA and proteins can be subtly different in these extremophils, stabilized by molecules known as piezolites that counteract the destabilizing effects of pressure. These adaptations are not optional extras. They are the difference between life and death. Without them, the basic processes of metabolism would grind to a halt. Microbes are also central players in the recycling of organic matter in the deep sea. When marine snow settles on the seafloor, it is microbes that first colonize and break it down, releasing nutrients back into the environment. When a carcass sinks to the depths, a whale, a fish, even a piece of kelp, microbes swarm over it, decomposing tissues and turning them into simpler compounds. Some microbes specialize in breaking down lipids, others proteins, others carbohydrates. Still others thrive on the byproducts of those reactions, creating a cascade of decomposition that ensures no molecule is wasted. This microbial recycling not only sustains other organisms by providing nutrients, but also plays a key role in the global carbon cycle, locking away carbon in sediments or releasing it back into the water as carbon dioxide. The ability to persist under extreme pressure is another hallmark of deep-sea microbes. At depths like those of the Molloy Deep, the pressure exceeds 600 times that at sea level. This immense force can crush cellular structures, unfold proteins, and disrupt biochemical reactions. Yet deep-sea microbes, known as piezophiles, thrive under these conditions. Their proteins are structured to remain stable and functional under pressure. Their membranes are designed to resist compression while remaining permeable. Even their DNA replication and repair mechanisms are adapted to operate reliably despite the stress. Some microbes cannot survive without high pressure. If brought to the surface, they die because their cellular machinery no longer functions properly. This dependency underscores just how deeply adapted they are to their environment. They are not merely tolerating the deep, they are defined by it. The diversity of microbial life in the Molloy Deep is astonishing, though we have only begun to glimpse it. Studies of deep-sea sediments and water samples reveal a bewildering array of bacteria and archaea, many of which are entirely new to science. Some belong to ancient lineages that diverged from other forms of life billions of years ago. Others represent branches of the tree of life that were unknown until recently. Their metabolic capabilities are equally diverse. Some form biofilms on rocks and sediments, trapping nutrients and creating microhabitats for other organisms. Some live symbiotically within the tissues of animals, providing them with nutrients in exchange for shelter. Others drift freely in the water column, capturing tiny particles of organic matter as they fall. Together they form a microbial network that touches every aspect of life in the deep sea. These microbes do more than sustain existing ecosystems. They also shape the environment itself. By oxidizing methane, they prevent this potent greenhouse gas from escaping into the water column and eventually into the atmosphere. By cycling nitrogen and sulfur, they influence the chemistry of the ocean, affecting everything from nutrient availability to pH. By producing or consuming iron and manganese, they help regulate the concentration of trace metals that are essential for life. Even the minerals that precipitate from hydrothermal fluids can be influenced by microbial activity, with microbes altering the composition and structure of deposits. In this way, microbes are not just passive inhabitants of the deep sea, they are active participants in its ongoing evolution. Some of the most remarkable microbial communities in the Molloy Deep live in association with other organisms. Tube worms, clams and mussels that gather around seeps and vents host dense populations of chemosynthetic bacteria within their tissues. These bacteria provide their hosts with nutrients, allowing them to survive in an environment where food is scarce. In return, the animals supply the bacteria with a steady supply of the chemicals they need. This symbiosis is so complete that many of these animals no longer have functional digestive systems. They are, in a sense, walking microbial incubators, entirely dependent on their internal partners. These relationships are among the most intimate and successful in the natural world, blurring the line between individual organism and ecosystem. Even beyond these partnerships, microbes form the base of virtually every food web in the deep sea. They are the first to colonize new substrates, whether they are fresh volcanic rock from a mid-ocean ridge or the bones of a whale that has sunk to the seafloor. They pave the way for other organisms, creating conditions that make colonization possible. They form the foundation of microbial mats that feed grazers and detritivores, which in turn support predators, and they drive the chemical processes that sustain entire ecosystems, from the oxidation of sulfide at a seep to the breakdown of organic matter in the sediments. Without microbes, none of these systems would function. Microbial activity in the deep sea is not only important locally but globally. The processes that microbes carry out in places like the Molloy Deep influence the composition of the atmosphere, the chemistry of the oceans, and the cycling of key elements across the planet. The oxidation of methane by deep-sea microbes, for example, plays a significant role in limiting greenhouse gas concentrations and stabilizing the climate. The burial of organic carbon by microbial activity helps regulate atmospheric carbon dioxide over geological timescales. Even the availability of nutrients that support surface productivity can be influenced by microbial processes in the deep, as nutrients released from sediments eventually return to the upper ocean through upwelling. Studying these microbes is a challenge. They are difficult to culture in the laboratory, as many require the exact conditions of pressure, temperature and chemistry found only in the deep sea. Sampling them without altering their environment is equally challenging, and many die or change their behaviour when brought to the surface. Advances in molecular biology have begun to overcome these obstacles. Techniques like metagenomics allow scientists to study microbial communities directly from environmental samples, revealing the diversity of genes and metabolic pathways present. Metatranscriptomics and proteomics can show which genes are active and which proteins are produced under specific conditions. These tools are beginning to open a window into the hidden world of deep-sea microbes, showing us not just who they are but what they do. The more we learn, the clearer it becomes that microbes are not just survivors in the Molloy Deep, they are masters of their environment. They have found ways to thrive where light never shines, where pressure crushes, and where energy is scarce. They have transformed poison into fuel and waste into nutrients. They have built partnerships that allow animals to flourish in an otherwise barren landscape. They have shaped the chemistry of the ocean, and by extension, the climate of the planet. And they have done all of this while remaining almost invisible. Their influence vast and yet subtle, woven into every aspect of the deep-sea ecosystem. Perhaps most humbling of all, microbes remind us that life does not need the conditions we once thought essential. It does not need sunlight or oxygen or even abundant food. It needs only the capacity to adapt, to find a way to turn what is available into what is necessary. That lesson extends far beyond Earth. If life exists elsewhere in the universe, it is likely to resemble the microbes of the Molloy Deep more than it resembles us. It will be small, adaptable, and chemically inventive. It will live in places we once thought sterile, beneath the ice, within rock, in the dark oceans of distant moons. The microbial masters of Earth's deep sea may well be analogues for life that thrives beyond our planet. As we look closer at these tiny resilient organisms, it becomes clear that they are far more than the background hum of life in the abyss. They are its pulse. They are the first to arrive and the last to leave. They are the reason marine snow is recycled, the reason chemical gardens bloom, the reason carbon is stored and methane is consumed. They are the unseen engineers of the Molloy Deep, and their story is not just a chapter in the tale of this hidden world, it is the thread that runs through all of it. And as we continue deeper into the abyss, we find that wherever life clings on in the darkness, it does so with microbial hands. In the Molloy Deep, silence is not just the absence of sound, it is a physical presence, a defining condition as pervasive as the darkness or the cold. It wraps around everything, pressing in from all sides, broken only by the faint groan of shifting water masses or the occasional crackle of sediment sliding down a slope. There are no waves slapping at the surface here, no storms roaring overhead, no chatter of fish shoals or coral reefs. The silence is so complete that for much of human history we assumed this world was inert, empty, lifeless. But silence is not emptiness, and in the deep it is anything but meaningless. Within this stillness, life has learned to speak in other ways, in vibrations and pulses, in light and chemicals, in subtle cues that most of us would never recognize as communication at all. The deep sea is far from mute. It is alive with signals, faint, fleeting, and often hidden, that guide life through the darkness. Sound does exist here, but it is rare and precious, and its uses are profoundly shaped by the environment. Sound travels faster and farther in water than in air. and in the deep ocean, where there are no waves or turbulence to scatter it, a single signal can travel for kilometres. Many deep-sea animals exploit this. Some fish produce low-frequency grunts or booms to communicate across distances, using specialised muscles to vibrate their swim bladders. Others generate higher-pitched clicks or pulses that serve as mating calls or territorial warnings. These sounds are often faint, far too quiet to register above the background noise of a submersible, but they are enough to reach the ears or lateral lines of potential mates or rivals. In a place where encounters are rare and precious, a single sound can mean everything. Some species go beyond passive communication and use sound as an active tool for survival. Deep-diving whales, though they are visitors rather than permanent residents of the abyss, send low-frequency calls that can travel across entire ocean basins. These sounds not only allow them to stay in contact with distant companions, but may also help them navigate the structure of the deep ocean, using echoes to map seafloor features or locate prey. Sperm whales, among the deepest diving mammals, produce powerful clicks that double as both communication and sonar, illuminating the dark waters with acoustic pulses that bounce off potential prey. Though these giants spend only minutes at a time in the abyss, their voices shape the soundscape of the deep. But most life in the Molloy Deep does not communicate with sound at all. The pressure and cold here slow biological processes, and the sparse population density means that sound-based signals may go unheard. Instead, life has turned to subtler, more reliable channels. One of the most widespread is chemical signalling, the use of molecules to convey information. Chemical cues are ancient, older than nervous systems or organs, and they remain vital in the deep. Predators release trace molecules as they move, and prey detect and avoid them. Scavengers sense the faint scent of decay from kilometres away, guiding them to a carcass. Microbes release chemical signals to coordinate their activity, forming biofilms or triggering metabolic shifts in response to environmental changes. Even reproduction often depends on chemical cues, with gametes released into the water carrying signals that guide them toward one another in the vastness of the abyss. These chemical signals are often astonishingly sensitive. Many deep-sea animals can detect concentrations of molecules equivalent to a few drops in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. This sensitivity is not a luxury. It is a necessity in a place where encounters with food or mates may be separated by months or years. Chemical signalling is also remarkably durable. Unlike sound, which fades quickly, or light, which is absorbed almost immediately, chemical cues can persist for hours or days, spreading slowly through the water and creating a kind of invisible map of the environment. For many organisms, following this map is the difference between life and death. Light, too, is used for communication, though not the sunlight we're accustomed to. In the perpetual night of the Molloy Deep, bioluminescence becomes one of the most versatile tools life has evolved. It is used to hunt, to hide, to mate, and to warn. It is also used to signal. Some species produce brief, precise flashes of light to attract mates, their patterns as distinctive as bird songs on land. Others use steady glows to indicate their presence to potential partners or to advertise that they are toxic or unpalatable. Certain deep-sea shrimp can even eject glowing clouds of mucus as a defensive signal, startling predators and warning others of danger. These luminous languages are often invisible to us. Many emit wavelengths that human eyes cannot detect, but they are a central part of how life communicates in the deep. Some animals have pushed the use of light to remarkable extremes. Dragonfish, for example, can produce red bioluminescent light, a wavelength most deep-sea animals cannot see. They use this invisible spotlight to illuminate prey without revealing themselves, and possibly to send signals detectable only to others of their kind. Other species use light in elaborate courtship displays, flashing in sequences that must be performed correctly for mating to occur. These displays can be species-specific, preventing wasted effort on incompatible partners. They can also carry additional information, signalling an individual's size, health, or reproductive status. In a realm where encounters are rare, such precision matters. Not all signalling in the deep is about communication in the traditional sense. Some is about detection, about reading the signals that the environment itself provides. Pressure waves created by a swimming animal, chemical trails released by decomposing matter, the faint glow of bioluminescent microbes colonizing a nutrient source. All of these are signals, even if they were not sent deliberately. Many deep-sea organisms are exquisitely tuned to detect and interpret such cues. The lateral lines of fish can sense vibrations so faint they are indistinguishable from background noise to us. The antennae of crustaceans can pick up minute changes in chemical composition. Even microbes listen to their environment, switching genes on or off in response to the presence of certain molecules. In a world where direct contact is rare, every hint, every trace, every faint clue can be exploited. This ability to read and respond to signals extends to the structure of deep-sea ecosystems themselves. Scavengers arrive at a whalefall not by chance, but by following chemical cues released as the carcass decays. Predators home in on prey trails left hours earlier. Microbial communities form where chemical gradients indicate a steady supply of energy. Even the distribution of life around hydrothermal vents and cold seeps is shaped by the diffusion of chemical signals, with organisms positioning themselves precisely where the concentrations are ideal. The deep sea may seem random and chaotic, but it is in fact highly structured, and that structure is built on signals. Humans are only beginning to understand the complexity of this hidden communication network. Most of the signals used in the deep are invisible to us, either because they are too faint, too fleeting, or in forms we cannot perceive. But new technologies are starting to change that. Sensitive hydrophones can detect low-frequency sounds that travel for thousands of kilometers. Chemical sensors can pick up trace compounds at parts per trillion. High-resolution cameras can capture the briefest flashes of bioluminescence. Genomic and transcriptomic tools can reveal how microbes communicate at the molecular level. Each new discovery reveals a layer of complexity we had not imagined, a web of interactions as intricate as any found on land. The study of deep-sea signals is not just about understanding communication, it is also about understanding connection. Signals are how life in the abyss stays linked, to mates, to food, to the environment itself. They are how order emerges from isolation, how coordination arises in a place where encounters are rare. They are also how the deep sea connects to the surface world. Whale songs that pass through the abyss, nutrient plumes that drift down from above, seismic vibrations that ripple through the crust. All of these are signals that link the deep to broader planetary systems. The Molloy Deep is not isolated. It is plugged into a vast network of signals that span the globe. Some of the most intriguing signals in the deep may not come from biology at all. The seafloor itself is alive with activity, from the subtle shifting of tectonic plates to the slow seepage of fluids through faults. These geological processes produce vibrations and chemical changes that ripple through the water. Some organisms respond directly to them. Microbial communities may flourish where fluids carry energy-rich compounds, and certain animals may use seismic cues to locate new habitats. Others may be indirectly influenced as geological activity alters the distribution of nutrients or reshapes the landscape. Even here, in a place defined by biological adaptation, the Earth itself is part of the conversation. What emerges from all this is a picture of the deep sea as anything but silent. The Malloy Deep may lack the noisy chaos of the surface, but it is alive with signals, some deliberate, some accidental, all essential. They flow through the water like whispers, weaving together organisms that may never see one another, guiding behaviours, structuring ecosystems, shaping evolution. They are not the kind of signals we're used to, not loud, not obvious, not easily perceived, but they are no less real or powerful. This hidden language of the abyss challenges our assumptions about communication itself. It shows that communication does not have to be loud or frequent to be effective. It can be subtle, rare and slow, shaped to fit the constraints of the environment. It shows that life does not just send signals, it reads them, interprets them, and builds its existence around them. And it shows that even in the most isolated and extreme corners of the planet, nothing lives entirely alone. Everything is connected by sound, by light, by chemicals, by the faintest tremors in the water. As we drift deeper into the Molloy Deep and listen to the silence, we begin to hear what once seemed impossible. The conversations happening all around us. They are quiet, yes, and often invisible, but they are constant. They are the heartbeat of this world, the threads that tie it together. And the more we learn to listen, the more we realise that the abyss is not mute at all. It is speaking, softly, patiently, and in a language as ancient as life itself. There is a reason the Molloy Deep remained unseen and unstudied for so long. It is not simply that it is far away, tucked into the northern edge of the Fram Strait between Greenland and Svalbard, nor that it lies beneath some of the harshest seas on Earth. The deeper truth is that this place resists us. It resists our instruments, our technologies, our bodies. It is a realm that does not welcome exploration, one that challenges the limits of everything we build and everything we are. It is in every sense the inexplorable, a domain beyond ordinary reach, and yet that resistance has never stopped us. If anything, it has drawn us forward, compelling us to find ways to descend where sunlight cannot, to see what the human eye was never meant to see. Exploring the Molloy Deep is as much a story of human ingenuity as it is a story of the abyss itself, a chronicle of how curiosity pushes us to confront environments that seem determined to remain hidden. For centuries, the deep ocean was a blank space on our maps. Sailors dropped weighted lines to measure depth, and explorers dredged the seafloor with nets, hauling up strange creatures from unimaginable darkness. But these were crude methods, offering only the vaguest glimpses of what lay below. The Molloy Deep, at over 5,500 metres deep, was far beyond the reach of such efforts. It was not until the 20th century, with the development of sonar and deep-diving submersibles, that humanity began to pierce the veil. Even then, progress was slow. The Arctic Ocean posed unique challenges: its ice-choked waters, its remoteness, its violent storms. Expeditions were rare, expensive, and dangerous. Most of what we knew about the Molloy Deep came not from direct observation, but from inference. From the shape of the sea floor mapped by sound waves, from water samples drawn up from the depths, from the occasional deep sea trawl. To explore a place like this is to fight physics itself. The pressure at the bottom of the Molloy Deep exceeds 550 atmospheres, more than half a ton of force on every square centimetre. Most human-made objects would collapse under such weight. Even the strongest steel hulls would buckle if not perfectly designed. Electronics would fail, materials would deform, the cold compounds the challenge. At near-freezing temperatures, oils thicken, seals stiffen, batteries lose efficiency. Communication is difficult. Radio waves do not travel through water, and even sound signals scatter and weaken over distance. Navigation is uncertain. GPS signals cannot penetrate the ocean, forcing explorers to rely on inertial systems and acoustic beacons. And then there is the darkness, total, relentless, absolute, which swallows light and obscures everything beyond the narrow reach of artificial beams. Faced with these obstacles, humanity has responded with ingenuity. One of the earliest breakthroughs in deep-sea exploration was the development of the bathyscaphe, a free-diving vessel designed to withstand extreme pressure. In 1960, Jacques Picard and Don Walsh descended nearly 11,000 metres into the Mariana Trench aboard the bathyscaphe Trieste, proving that humans could reach the deepest parts of the ocean. Their achievement inspired decades of innovation. By the late 20th century, submersibles like Alvin and Mir were regularly exploring depths of several thousand meters, equipped with manipulator arms, cameras, and sensors. These vehicles revealed ecosystems and geological features that had never been imagined: hydrothermal vents, chemosynthetic communities, and landscapes as alien as any on another planet. The Arctic, though, posed a unique frontier. Its remoteness and ice cover made launching and recovering submersibles difficult, and its frigid waters tested even the most advanced equipment. For much of the 20th century, the Molloy Deep remained unexplored, its existence inferred from bathymetric surveys but never directly observed. That began to change in the 21st century with the rise of autonomous and remotely operated vehicles, AUVs and ROVs. Unlike crewed submersibles, these robotic explorers could operate for long periods under the ice, descending to depths too dangerous for humans and sending data back via fibre optic cables or acoustic modems. They could map the seafloor in exquisite detail, collect samples with precision, and linger in places that would crush a human body in an instant. Even so, exploring the Molloy Deep remains a formidable task. The darkness swallows light, forcing us to rely on artificial illumination that reveals only a narrow cone of the landscape. The immense pressure means that even the smallest flaw in a submersible's design can lead to catastrophic failure. Communication delays and data limitations mean that decisions often must be made autonomously, with vehicles interpreting their surroundings without human input. And the sheer remoteness of the site, days or weeks from the nearest port, accessible only during certain seasons, limits how often expeditions can occur. Each mission is a logistical ballet, requiring meticulous planning, robust engineering, and a willingness to accept risk. What we have seen so far is astonishing. The first detailed surveys of the Molloy Deep revealed a rugged, complex landscape: steep walls carved by tectonic forces, soft sediments accumulating in the basin floor, and evidence of subtle, fluid seepage that could support chemosynthetic life. Cameras captured images of strange translucent organisms drifting through the darkness, of microbial mats carpeting the seafloor, of scavengers congregating around the carcass of a whale. Water samples revealed chemical signatures that hinted at interactions between seawater and the crust, and sediment cores contained records of climatic shifts stretching back tens of thousands of years. Each discovery raised new questions, suggesting that we had barely scratched the surface of what this hidden world holds. The most exciting aspect of exploring the Molloy Deep is how little we still know. Every expedition reveals something unexpected: a new species, a previously unknown chemical process, a geological feature that defies explanation. The biodiversity of the deep sea is still largely uncharted, with estimates suggesting that as much as 90% of deep-sea species remain undescribed. The microbial communities that drive its biogeochemical cycles are only beginning to be catalogued. Even the physical dynamics of the basin, how water flows through it, how sediments accumulate, how chemical gradients form, are poorly understood. The Molloy Deep remains one of the Earth's last great frontiers, as mysterious in its way as the far side of the moon. This sense of mystery is not just a scientific curiosity. It is a reminder of how little of our planet we truly know. Humans have mapped the surfaces of Mars and the Moon in greater detail than the deep ocean floor. We have sent probes to the outer planets, but have explored less than 5% of our own ocean. The Molloy Deep, like many deep-sea basins, is a realm that remains almost untouched, a space where Earth still holds its secrets close. Exploring it is not just about gathering data. It is about confronting our ignorance, about acknowledging that there are still places on this planet that remain beyond our reach. Exploration of the deep sea is also changing how we think about exploration itself. It is no longer a matter of heroic individuals descending in steel spheres, but of networks of sensors, autonomous robots, and satellite links working together to piece together a picture of a hidden world. It is about collaboration between scientists, engineers and technicians, about pushing the boundaries of technology as much as those of geography. It is about long-term observation as much as dramatic discovery, about watching how the deep ocean changes over years and decades, not just glimpsing it in a single expedition. There is another layer to this story, one that connects exploration of the deep to exploration beyond Earth. The challenges of the Molloy Deep, extreme pressure, perpetual darkness, limited communication, remote operation, are strikingly similar to those we face in exploring other planets and moons. Robotic explorers designed for the deep ocean could one day be adapted to probe the subsurface oceans of Europa or Enceladus. The lessons we learn from navigating the abyss, about autonomous decision-making, about surviving in hostile environments, about detecting life that does not rely on sunlight, may prove invaluable as we reach farther into the solar system. In this way, every dive into the Molloy Deep is also a rehearsal for journeys yet to come. But for all the technology and ambition involved, exploring the Molloy Deep is ultimately about something simpler and older: curiosity. The same impulse that drove humans to cross oceans, to climb mountains, to look up at the stars drives us to peer into the abyss. It is the desire to know what lies beyond the horizon, to see what has never been seen, to understand the unknown. And in the Molloy Deep, that unknown is profound. It is not just a matter of cataloguing species or mapping landscapes. It is about probing the fundamental nature of life and Earth itself, how ecosystems function without sunlight, how geology and biology intertwine, how life adapts to extremes. The act of exploring the inexplorable is humbling. It reminds us of our smallness, of how much of the planet lies beyond our control. It forces us to confront the limits of our knowledge and technology, and it challenges us to push those limits further. But it also rewards us with a deeper understanding of the world we inhabit. Each new discovery, each new insight is a thread in a tapestry that stretches from the seafloor of the Arctic to the origins of life, and the possibilities of worlds beyond our own. Standing at the edge of the Molloy Deep, or rather, floating above its unseen floor in a submersible or robotic vehicle, is a profound experience. The darkness is absolute. The pressure is unimaginable. The silence is complete. And yet, life is here. Complexity is here. Beauty is here. To explore this place is to expand the boundaries of what we know, and, in doing so, to expand our sense of what is possible. The Molloy Deep is not a void to be conquered, but a frontier to be understood, a realm that challenges us to rethink our assumptions about life, about Earth, and about ourselves. The inexplorable will always exist. As our technology improves and our reach extends, new frontiers will emerge, deeper, darker, more distant. But the lesson of the Molloy Deep is that these frontiers are not barriers. They're invitations. They're reminders that the unknown is not something to fear, but something to seek. And as we continue to push into this abyss, slowly, carefully, patiently, we're not just exploring the depths of the ocean. We're exploring the depths of our own curiosity, our own capacity to imagine, and our own unyielding desire to know. The deeper you go beneath the surface of the sea, the more it becomes obvious that human bodies were never meant to be here. At a few dozen meters, lungs and blood begin to strain under pressure. At a few hundred, the cold numbs nerves and slows thought. At several thousand, the force pressing inward would crush every bone, muscle and organ into pulp before a heartbeat could pass. The Molloy Deep sits far below that threshold. It is a realm that does not welcome us, not out of malice, but simply because the laws of physics make no exceptions, and yet we go anyway. We find ways to send our senses and our questions into the dark. We build machines that can survive where we cannot, that can see and feel and measure on our behalf. The story of how we came to know a place like the Molloy Deep is, more than anything, the story of the robots and remotely operated vehicles that have become our eyes and hands in the abyss, and of the curiosity that drove us to build them in the first place. When humans first began to imagine descending into the deep ocean, it seemed almost impossible. The earliest attempts at underwater exploration in the 19th and early 20th centuries relied on dredges and weighted lines, crude tools that scraped the seafloor and brought back whatever clung to them. These methods were blind, random and destructive, telling us little about the places they touched. Even as submersibles began to appear in the mid-20th century, their reach was limited. Vessels like Trieste and Alvin showed that humans could, in theory, travel to the ocean's greatest depths, but they could do so only at enormous cost and risk. Each dive required elaborate preparation, and each offered only a few hours of observation before the crushing conditions forced a return to the surface. For a realm as vast and remote as the Molloy Deep, such methods were never going to be enough. The solution was to separate the explorer from the explored, to build machines that could go where we could not and endure what we could not survive. Early remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, were clumsy and limited, little more than tethered cameras dragged through the water on long cables, but they proved the concept, that we could extend our reach without putting human lives in danger. As technology advanced, these machines became more capable. They gained thrusters for maneuverability, manipulators for collecting samples, and sensors for measuring everything from temperature to chemical composition. High-definition cameras brought back images of landscapes and organisms no human had ever seen. Fibre optic cables transmitted vast amounts of data in real time, allowing scientists on the surface to pilot their creations with precision and to react instantly to what they found. Autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, represented an even more radical leap. Freed from tethers, these robotic explorers could travel vast distances and operate for days or weeks at a time, mapping the seafloor, sampling water, and following chemical plumes without direct human control. Guided by onboard computers and programmed missions, they could adapt to changing conditions and make decisions in real time, reacting to new data as they collected it. This autonomy allowed them to explore places that would be inaccessible to tethered vehicles, beneath ice sheets, deep within trenches, or along rugged terrain where cables might snag. For a remote icebound site like the Molloy Deep, this independence was transformative. Together, ROVs and AUVs have revolutionized our understanding of the deep. They have revealed that what once seemed barren is teeming with life, that what once seemed static is dynamic and changing. They have captured images of microbial mats carpeting the seafloor, of ghostly creatures drifting through the water column, of chemical seeps hosting unexpected ecosystems. They have measured the chemical composition of fluids seeping from the crust, traced the pathways of deep currents, and collected sediment cores that record tens of thousands of years of environmental history. They have shown us that the Molloy Deep is not a static void, but a complex, interconnected system, one that plays a vital role in the planet's climate, chemistry, and biology. The capabilities of these machines are staggering. Modern ROVs can operate at depths of over 6,000 meters, with titanium pressure housings protecting delicate electronics and cameras from the crushing weight. Their manipulators can delicately pluck a sample of coral or wrench a chunk of rock from the seafloor. Their sensors can measure temperature changes as small as 1,000th of a degree or detect trace chemicals at parts per trillion. AUVs can map the seafloor with sonar so precise it reveals features only a few centimeters high, or track the faint trails of methane seeping from the crust. Some carry laboratories within them, analysing samples on the spot and transmitting the results to the surface in real time. Others are designed to work together, forming swarms that can cover vast areas or track dynamic phenomena like shifting currents or migrating animals. But technology alone does not explain why we build these machines or send them into the abyss. At the heart of deep-sea exploration lies something more fundamental: curiosity. It is the same force that drove humans to climb mountains and cross oceans, to build telescopes and particle accelerators, to send probes beyond the solar system. It is the desire to know what is out there, not because it is useful or profitable, though it often is, but simply because it is unknown. The Molloy Deep embodies that unknown. It is a place that defies easy understanding, that challenges our assumptions about life and Earth itself. It is a place that invites us to ask questions we did not even know existed. And robots and ROVs are the tools that allow us to pursue those questions. Human curiosity shapes these tools just as much as they shape our understanding. Engineers design pressure housings that can withstand crushing forces because scientists want to study microbial life in the deepest sediments. Programmers write algorithms that allow AUVs to navigate autonomously because we want to know how water flows through the abyss. Biologists develop sensors to detect trace molecules because they suspect there is unseen life thriving on chemical gradients. Each innovation is born of a question, and each answer leads to new questions in turn. Exploration is not a straight line but a spiral, looping outward from ignorance toward deeper and deeper understanding. In some ways, robots have become extensions of ourselves. When a manipulator arm reaches out to collect a sample from the seafloor, it is our curiosity that guides it. When a camera pans across a hydrothermal vent field, it is our eyes that see through its lens. When an AUV traces the faint chemical trail of a methane seep, it is our instinct to follow and understand that propels it forward. These machines are not just tools. They are avatars of our desire to explore, built to go where we cannot and to bring back stories from places we may never touch. Through them, we are present in the Molloy Deep, even if our bodies remain far above. Yet for all their sophistication, these technologies are still evolving. The next generation of deep-sea robots will be smarter, more autonomous, and more capable. They will use artificial intelligence to recognize patterns in real time, adjusting their missions on the fly. They will collaborate with one another, sharing data and coordinating their actions like schools of fish. They will operate for months or even years without human intervention, powered by advanced energy systems and capable of withstanding the relentless pressure and cold indefinitely. They will explore not just the Molloy Deep, but the hidden lakes beneath Antarctica's ice, the subsurface oceans of icy moons, and the dark, high-pressure worlds beneath distant planets' atmospheres. As these capabilities grow, so too will the questions we can ask. We will not just map the sea floor, but monitor how it changes over time. We will not just catalogue species, but study their interactions and evolution. We will not just measure chemical gradients, but understand the processes that drive them. The Molloy Deep will cease to be a static mystery and become a living laboratory, a place where we can observe the workings of Earth's most extreme ecosystems in real time. And in doing so, we will come closer to answering some of the deepest questions we can ask. How does life begin? How does it adapt? How does it endure? But there is another reason we build and send these machines, one that goes beyond science or engineering. It is the sense of wonder they evoke. Watching a robotic camera pan across an abyssal plain, revealing landscapes no human eyes have ever seen, is a reminder of how vast and varied our planet is. Seeing a manipulator arm reach out to collect a sample from a hydrothermal vent is a reminder of how far our ingenuity has carried us. Following the slow, patient movements of an AUV through the darkness is a reminder that even the most inhospitable places are not beyond our reach. In these moments, we glimpse something larger than ourselves, the enduring human drive to explore, to understand, to push beyond the known. The Molloy Deep will never be an easy place to reach. It will always be distant, dark, cold, and crushing. It will always challenge our machines and our imaginations, but it is precisely because of these challenges that it calls to us. It represents the boundary between what we know and what we have yet to discover, and robots, ROVs, and the curiosity that drives them are the bridges across that boundary. They are the means by which we turn the inexplorable into the explored, the invisible into the visible, the unknowable into the known. And as they descend deeper, map further and reveal more, they remind us that exploration is not about conquering the unknown, but about engaging with it. It is about asking questions, embracing uncertainty, and being willing to be surprised. It is about standing at the edge of what we understand and leaning forward. The Molloy Deep, with all its darkness and pressure and mystery, invites us to do just that. And through the eyes and hands of our machines, we accept the invitation, again and again, driven by the same force that has always driven us, the simple, relentless desire to know what lies beyond the horizon. From the surface, the Molloy Deep feels impossibly far away. It is separated from the world we know by thousands of meters of water, by pressure so great it would crush steel, by darkness so complete it seems to erase the very idea of sunlight. It is tempting to think of it as isolated, a world apart, sealed off and self-contained, untouched by the winds and seasons and shifting climates above. But that picture is an illusion. The deep ocean is not a closed system. It is intimately, inextricably connected to the surface world in ways both obvious and subtle, direct and indirect. Every breath of wind, every flake of snow, every pulse of melting ice has consequences that ripple down into the abyss. And everything that happens in the Molloy Deep, no matter how remote or slow, echoes upward, shaping the surface world in return. The connections between these two realms, the one we inhabit and the one we can barely reach, are hidden, but they are constant, and they bind the planet together. The most fundamental connection is physical. The ocean is not a series of separate layers stacked on top of one another, but a single, continuous body, linked by the ceaseless movement of water. Warm surface currents flow northward, carrying heat from the tropics toward the poles. There, in the frigid Arctic, the water cools, grows denser, and sinks. This process, known as thermohaline circulation, is the engine of the global conveyor belt, a vast, slow-moving system that redistributes heat, salt, and nutrients around the planet. The water that sinks in the high latitudes of the North Atlantic and Arctic eventually flows into the deep basins of the ocean, including the Molloy Deep. It may take centuries to get there, moving at a speed measured in centimeters per second, but when it arrives, it carries with it the imprint of the surface conditions under which it formed. This circulation is not a one-way journey. Over time, the cold, dense water of the deep rises again, driven by winds, tides, and the uneven heating of the planet. It surfaces in distant parts of the ocean, bringing with it nutrients that have accumulated during its time below. These nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, iron, fuel blooms of phytoplankton, which in turn support entire marine food webs and regulate the planet's carbon cycle. Without the slow, steady mixing of the ocean, the surface waters would become nutrient-starved, and life as we know it would collapse. The Molloy Deep is part of this global system, both shaped by it and contributing to it. The water that fills its basin today will one day surface in another part of the world, carrying with it the chemical fingerprints of the deep. Climate is another thread that binds the surface to the abyss. The Arctic is warming faster than any other region on Earth, and that warming is reshaping the processes that connect surface and deep. As sea ice melts, the salinity and density of surface waters change, altering the formation of deep water. Warmer water stratifies more strongly, reducing the mixing between layers and slowing the sinking of dense water into the deep. These changes ripple downward, affecting the temperature, oxygen content, and circulation of the deep ocean. Even small shifts in surface conditions can have profound consequences thousands of meters below, altering the flow of currents, the delivery of oxygen, and the supply of nutrients that sustain deep-sea life. The influence runs in the other direction too. The deep ocean is the planet's largest reservoir of heat and carbon. It absorbs vast amounts of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, storing it in dissolved form or locking it away in sediments for centuries or millennia. This slow, steady removal of carbon moderates the pace of climate change, buying time for ecosystems and societies to adapt. But it also means that the deep ocean is a powerful driver of long-term climate patterns. As deep waters return to the surface, they release some of the carbon they have stored, influencing atmospheric concentrations and global temperatures. Changes in the deep ocean, in circulation, chemistry, or biology can therefore reverberate upward, shaping the climate we experience on land. Biological connections between surface and deep are just as profound. Most of the energy that fuels deep-sea life originates at the surface, captured by photosynthetic organisms in the sunlit upper layers. When those organisms die, they sink as marine snow, feeding microbes and animals thousands of meters below. Seasonal blooms of plankton, driven by sunlight and nutrients, create pulses of organic matter that rain down into the deep, shaping the rhythms of life on the seafloor. Even larger events, the death of a whale, the collapse of an ice shelf, the descent of a storm-driven algal bloom, can send massive pulses of food into the abyss, triggering explosions of biological activity. In this way, the surface dictates much of what happens in the deep, setting the pace and pattern of its ecosystems. The biological influence flows upward too. Deep-sea microbes consume methane before it reaches the surface, limiting the release of this potent greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. The burial of organic carbon in deep-sea sediments removes carbon from the short-term cycle, reducing atmospheric concentrations and stabilizing the climate. Nutrients released from decaying matter on the seafloor eventually return to the surface, where they fuel new growth. Even the slow accumulation of sediments, grain by grain, layer by layer, affects the chemistry of the water above, influencing everything from pH to trace metal availability. Life in the deep may seem remote from our own, but it plays a crucial role in sustaining the conditions that make surface life possible. There are more direct biological connections as well. Many species migrate vertically through the water column, linking surface and deep on daily or seasonal timescales. Tiny zooplankton rise toward the surface each night to feed, then sink back into the depths by day, carrying carbon with them in their bodies and fecal pellets. Fish and squid undertake similar journeys, forming part of the largest migration on Earth, a vast nightly movement of biomass that shuttles energy between layers. Even deep-diving whales and seals connect the realms, diving into the abyss to feed and returning to the surface to breathe, carrying nutrients upward in their waste and even in their carcasses when they die. These migrations are the heartbeat of the ocean, pulsing energy and matter up and down and knitting the surface and deep into a single dynamic system. Ice, too, connects these worlds. Sea ice forms at the surface but influences the deep in profound ways. As it freezes, it expels salt, increasing the density of the water beneath and driving it downward. As it melts, it freshens and stratifies the surface, altering circulation patterns. The retreat of ice also changes the timing and magnitude of phytoplankton blooms, which in turn affects the flux of organic matter to the deep. Over longer timescales, the advance and retreat of glaciers reshape the seafloor itself, carving basins, depositing sediments, and altering the pathways through which water and nutrients flow. The Molloy Deep bears the scars of past ice ages, grooves and ridges left by ice sheets, layers of sediment laid down as glaciers waxed and waned. Even now, the rhythms of the ice above continue to shape the environment below. Geology provides another layer of connection. The tectonic forces that created the Molloy Deep are part of the same processes that build mountains, split continents, and shape coastlines. The slow spreading of the mid-Atlantic ridge, the drift of the Eurasian and North American plates, the upwelling of magma from the mantle, all are manifestations of the same planetary engine. Earthquakes that shake the seafloor can generate tsunamis that devastate coastlines. Volcanic eruptions beneath the ocean can release gases that alter the atmosphere. Even the gradual uplift and subsidence of the seafloor affect sea level, reshaping coastlines and altering weather patterns. The deep and the surface are not separate realms, but different expressions of a single, interconnected planet. Human activity now weaves yet another thread between the surface and the deep. carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere by burning fossil fuels dissolves into the ocean, altering its chemistry from top to bottom. Plastics discarded on land break down into microfragments that sink into deep-sea sediments, where they may persist for centuries. Nutrients from agriculture wash into rivers and eventually into the sea, fueling blooms that alter the flow of organic matter into the deep. Even noise from shipping and seismic surveys penetrates the abyss, disrupting the lives of animals adapted to silence. The Molloy Deep, once thought to be untouched by human influence, now bears the fingerprints of our actions. A reminder that the connections we share with the deep are not always benign. These hidden links mean that what happens at the surface cannot be understood in isolation from what happens below, and vice versa. A change in Arctic sea ice affects the formation of deep water, which affects global circulation, which affects climate thousands of kilometers away. A shift in deep-sea microbial activity alters methane flux, which influences atmospheric composition, which changes surface temperatures. The burial of carbon in sediments cools the planet, while the upwelling of nutrient-rich water fuels fisheries that feed billions. The planet is a single, integrated system, and the Malloy Deep is a vital part of that system, a hinge point where processes from across the globe converge and intertwine. This interconnectedness is not static. It evolves over time, responding to changes both natural and human-made. As the climate warms, the patterns of thermohaline circulation may shift, altering how heat and nutrients move between surface and deep. As ice retreats, new pathways for water flow may open, changing the distribution of oxygen and carbon. As human activity intensifies, the chemical makeup of the deep ocean will change, with consequences we are only beginning to understand. The Malloy Deep is not a passive receiver of these changes. It is an active participant, amplifying some effects, dampening others, and always shaping the world above in return. To explore these hidden connections is to see the ocean and the planet in a new way. It is to understand that the deep is not a remote, alien place, but an integral part of the Earth system. It is to recognize that every gust of wind and every drifting snowflake ultimately touches the abyss, and that every microbial reaction in the sediments ultimately influences the air we breathe. It is to see the Malloy Deep not as a separate world, but as a mirror, reflecting and refracting the forces that shape the surface. And once we see these connections, the idea of isolation begins to dissolve. The abyss is not distant from us, it is within us, part of the same planetary heartbeat that drives the winds and currents and cycles of life. The Malloy Deep is shaped by the surface and shapes it in return, a continuous loop of cause and effect that binds sky to sea, land to water, light to darkness. It is a reminder that the world is whole, that the farthest depths and the highest clouds are parts of the same living system, and in that wholeness lies one of the most profound truths of all. To understand any part of Earth, we must understand how all its parts are connected. For most of human history, the Malloy Deep seemed untouchable. It was too far, too deep, too dark, too alien. It lay beneath layers of ice and water so thick and cold that they felt like armour, sealing the abyss away from everything we did above. It seemed immune to our noise and our wars, our factories and our fires, but that illusion is fading. The deeper we look, the clearer it becomes that even the most remote corners of the ocean are not beyond our reach. The Malloy Deep is no exception. Its silence is not as complete as it once was. Its chemistry is shifting, its rhythms are changing, its life is adapting, or struggling to adapt, to forces it has never faced before. The threats that reach into this abyss do so quietly and often invisibly, but they are real, and they are growing. The most pervasive of these threats is climate change. The Arctic is warming faster than any other region on the planet, and that warming is reshaping everything from the surface ice to the deep currents. As sea ice melts, it changes the salinity and density of the surface waters, which in turn alters the formation of deep water that sinks into basins like the Molloy Deep. This deep water is the lifeblood of the abyss, delivering oxygen and nutrients and driving the circulation that connects the deep ocean to the surface. A slowdown or disruption in its formation would ripple through the entire system. Oxygen levels could drop, nutrient delivery could falter, and the delicate balance that sustains deep-sea ecosystems could be thrown off. Even small shifts in circulation can have cascading effects, altering temperature, chemistry, and the availability of food. Warming also affects the chemical and physical structure of the deep itself. Even a slight increase in temperature can speed up the decomposition of organic matter in sediments, altering the cycling of carbon and nutrients. It can change the solubility of gases, reducing the amount of oxygen the deep ocean can hold. It can affect the density gradients that stratify the water column, slowing the mixing that brings oxygen and nutrients from above. These changes may seem minor, but in a system as slow-moving and finely balanced as the deep ocean, even subtle shifts can have profound consequences. And because the processes of the deep unfold over centuries or millennia, the effects of today's warming will echo far into the future. Another insidious threat is ocean acidification. As humanity pumps carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, a significant fraction dissolves into the ocean, forming carbonic acid and lowering the water's pH. This change is small by human standards, a drop of a few tenths of a pH unit, but for many organisms, it is the difference between stability and collapse. Acidification affects the availability of carbonate ions, which many marine organisms use to build shells and skeletons. Deep-sea corals, which grow slowly and live for centuries, are particularly vulnerable. Their skeletons can weaken and dissolve, undermining entire ecosystems that depend on them for structure and habitat. Acidification also alters the solubility of metals and the behaviour of nutrients, reshaping the chemical landscape on which deep-sea life depends. The Malloy Deep, though far removed from the atmosphere, is not insulated from this change. Its waters too are becoming more acidic, and its inhabitants must cope with conditions they have not experienced for millions of years. Pollution is another threat, and one that reaches even the most remote corners of the ocean. Microplastics, tiny fragments of degraded plastic waste, have been found in deep-sea sediments around the world, including the Arctic. These particles are small enough to be ingested by microbes and tiny animals, entering the base of the food web and potentially accumulating as they move up through larger predators. Plastics can also carry toxic chemicals, leaching pollutants into the water or delivering them directly into organisms' tissues. Heavy metals, persistent organic pollutants, and other contaminants from human activity likewise sink into the deep, settling into sediments or dissolving into the water. Some are carried by currents from thousands of kilometers away. Others arrive bound to marine snow or encased in ice that melts and releases its cargo into the sea. The deep, once thought pristine, now bears the unmistakable fingerprints of our presence. Noise, too, is intruding into the silence of the abyss. Shipping traffic, seismic surveys, and military sonar all generate low-frequency sound that can travel for thousands of kilometers underwater. These sounds, though faint by the time they reach the Molloy Deep, can still disrupt the behaviour of deep-sea animals. Whales and other marine mammals rely on sound to navigate and communicate, and noise pollution can mask their calls or cause them to avoid otherwise suitable habitats. Fish and invertebrates too can be affected, with noise altering their movement patterns, stress levels, and reproductive behaviours. The deep sea was once defined by silence. Now, even here, that silence is fractured. Emerging threats are adding new layers of complexity and risk. Deep-sea mining, once a distant prospect, is edging closer to reality as technology advances and demand for metals grows. The mineral-rich sediments and crusts of the deep ocean are tempting targets for extraction, and some companies are already conducting exploratory surveys. Mining would stir up sediments, smothering delicate ecosystems and releasing stored carbon and pollutants into the water. It would generate noise and vibration that could disrupt sensitive species. It could introduce heavy machinery and waste into places that have remained undisturbed for millions of years. The Molloy Deep has not yet been targeted for mining, but as interest expands into the Arctic, its remote location may not protect it forever. Even scientific exploration, well-intentioned as it is, carries risks. Every probe, every submersible, every sampling device alters the environment in some way. Lights and sounds can disturb animals adapted to darkness and silence. Sampling can damage fragile habitats or remove organisms from small, isolated populations. Equipment can introduce contaminants or disrupt the natural flow of water and sediments. Most researchers take great care to minimize their impact, but in an environment as sensitive and slow-changing as the deep sea, even small disturbances can take decades or centuries to fade. Perhaps the most daunting aspect of these threats is their interaction. Climate change, acidification, pollution, noise, and human intrusion do not act in isolation. They compound one another, creating feedback loops and cascading effects that are difficult to predict. Warming waters may exacerbate the effects of acidification. Pollution may make organisms more vulnerable to stress from temperature or noise. Changes in circulation may alter how contaminants are distributed or how oxygen is delivered. The result is a complex web of pressures that strains ecosystems already operating at the edge of possibility. Life in the Molloy Deep is adapted to stability, to slow gradual change over geological timescales. Rapid, simultaneous change on multiple fronts is something it has rarely, if ever, faced. The stakes of these threats are not confined to the deep. What happens in the Molloy Deep reverberates outward, affecting the surface world in turn. Changes in deep circulation influence global climate. Alterations in carbon cycling affect the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The disruption of deep-sea ecosystems can ripple up food webs, affecting fisheries and biodiversity far above. The deep ocean is not just another habitat. It is a critical component of the Earth system, and its degradation would have consequences that reach far beyond its dark boundaries. Despite these growing dangers, there is still time to act, but only if we act with foresight and humility. Protecting the Molloy Deep and other deep-sea environments will require more than just scientific understanding. It will require restraint. It will mean regulating deep-sea mining before it begins in earnest, limiting pollution at its source, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions to slow warming and acidification. It will mean designing exploration technologies that minimize disturbance and deploying them with care. It will mean recognizing that the deep is not a limitless frontier to exploit, but a vital part of the planet's living system to be stewarded. There is hope in the fact that the deep sea is resilient. It has endured ice ages and asteroid impacts, volcanic eruptions and mass extinctions. It has persisted through upheavals far greater than anything humanity has yet unleashed. But resilience has its limits, and recovery takes time, far more time than the pace at which we are changing the world. The organisms that live here cannot adapt overnight to shifts that unfold over decades. The currents that circulate through the abyss cannot adjust instantly to altered temperature and salinity. The sediments that record the planet's history cannot erase the scars of pollution once they are etched into their layers. To understand the threats facing the Molloy Deep is to understand something larger, that there is no such thing as a way. The waste we discard, the carbon we emit, the noise we generate, all of it eventually reaches even the most remote corners of the Earth. The deep is not immune to our actions. It is part of the same planetary system we inhabit, and what we do here, on land and at the surface, echoes down into its darkness. As we continue our exploration of this hidden world, we must carry that knowledge with us. Curiosity must be tempered with care, ambition with responsibility. The Molloy Deep is not ours to conquer or consume. It is a place that predates us by millions of years and will outlast us by millions more. if we allow it. Its darkness is not empty. It is alive, intricate, and essential. And the threats we send into it are not just threats to some distant alien realm. They are threats to the stability of the Earth itself. The abyss does not cry out or demand our attention. It does not protest the plastic in its sediments or the acid in its waters. It continues silently as it always has. But if we listen closely, if we pay attention, we can hear the warning embedded in that silence, that nothing on this planet exists in isolation, and that even the deepest darkness cannot shield itself from the reach of our actions. It is a warning we ignore at our peril, and one that, if heeded, might yet give us a chance to preserve the hidden world beneath the Arctic ice. The deeper we go into the Molloy Deep, the harder it becomes to think of it as merely a place. It is not just a physical basin carved into the Earth's crust, not just a patch of water and rock hidden beneath the Arctic ice. It is a mirror. It reflects back truths about our planet and ourselves that are easy to miss on the surface. It is a teacher, though not one that speaks loudly or clearly. Its lessons are whispered through slow currents and layered sediments, through the lives of organisms that thrive where life seems impossible, through the way time stretches and bends in the cold and pressure. To explore the Molloy Deep is not just to collect data or catalogue species. It is to confront profound ideas about resilience, connection, adaptation, and the nature of life itself. These are the lessons the abyss offers, lessons we ignore at our own peril. One of the first lessons is humility. The Molloy Deep is a stark reminder of how small we are and how limited our understanding remains. We have mapped the surfaces of other planets in greater detail than we have mapped the deep ocean floor. We have walked on the moon, but we have barely dipped our toes into the abyss. The Molloy Deep is vast, complex, and ancient beyond measure, shaped by forces that operate on timescales far longer than human history. It is a realm where our technologies struggle and our assumptions falter. The simple act of reaching it, of sending a machine into its crushing darkness and bringing back images and samples, is an extraordinary achievement, and yet even then we see only fragments. Most of its species remain unknown. Most of its chemical and geological processes are still mysterious. Most of its history is written in sediments we have not yet touched. The abyss humbles us because it shows us how much there is still to learn. It also teaches us about resilience, not the loud, triumphant resilience of conquest, but the quiet, enduring resilience of persistence. Life here is not abundant, but it endures. It endures pressure that would crush steel, cold that would freeze blood, darkness that never lifts. It endures scarcity, isolation, and change that unfolds over millennia. It does so not through strength in the way we often imagine it, but through adaptation. Microbes alter their biochemistry to function under crushing pressure. Fish and invertebrates slow their metabolisms to survive on scant food. Entire ecosystems assemble themselves around chemical gradients instead of sunlight. This is resilience stripped to its essence, the ability to persist in the face of impossible odds, not by resisting the environment, but by becoming part of it. In a world facing rapid environmental change, this lesson is invaluable. It suggests that survival is not about domination or control, but about flexibility, patience, and deep adaptation. The abyss also offers a lesson in interconnection. On the surface, it is easy to imagine the world as a collection of separate systems: land and sea, atmosphere and ocean, human and natural. The Molloy Deep dissolves those boundaries. It shows us that everything is linked. The water that fills its basin once touched the sky as rain. The carbon that fuels its microbes once flowed through forests or drifted in clouds. The nutrients that sustain its life come from faraway rivers and ancient volcanic eruptions. The abyss, in turn, shapes the world above. It stores carbon, moderating the climate. It recycles nutrients that feed surface ecosystems. It influences circulation patterns that determine weather thousands of kilometres away. Even the faintest pulse of human activity, a molecule of carbon dioxide, a fragment of plastic, a distant sound wave, eventually reaches this place. The lesson is simple but profound. There is no away. Everything on this planet is connected, and our actions reverberate far beyond what we see. Another lesson the Molloy Deep offers is patience. Life here does not move quickly. Currents creep along at centimetres per second. Sediments accumulate millimetre by millimetre over thousands of years. Organisms grow slowly, reproduce rarely, and live for centuries. Even the geological forces that shape the basin operate on timescales that dwarf human history. It is a world where time stretches and slows, where change is measured not in years but in millennia. This slowness is not a flaw, it is a feature. It allows ecosystems to remain stable over vast spans of time. It allows carbon to be stored for millennia, buffering the planet's climate. It allows life to evolve along paths that would be impossible in a faster, more chaotic environment. For us, accustomed to a world of rapid change and instant feedback, this patience is a difficult lesson, but it is a necessary one. It reminds us that not all processes can be rushed, and that some of the most important changes unfold too slowly for us to see. The abyss also challenges our assumptions about what life needs. For most of human history, we believed that sunlight was essential for life. Without it, we thought, nothing could grow, nothing could survive. The deep sea proves otherwise. Life here thrives without sunlight, drawing energy from chemical reactions instead of photosynthesis. It builds entire ecosystems around hydrothermal vents and cold seeps, using molecules like hydrogen sulfide and methane as fuel. It shows us that life is not bound by the conditions we consider normal. It can exist in darkness, under immense pressure, with almost no energy input. This expands our understanding of what life is and where it can exist, not just on Earth, but beyond it. It suggests that life could thrive beneath the icy crust of moons like Europa and Enceladus, or in the subsurface oceans of distant planets. The Molloy Deep teaches us that life is far more adaptable and inventive than we once imagined. It also teaches us about fragility. For all its resilience, the deep ocean is vulnerable. Its ecosystems are finely tuned to stable conditions and slow change. They are not built to absorb rapid shifts in temperature, chemistry, or nutrient supply. They are not prepared for the influx of pollutants, the roar of distant engines, or the disruption of mining machines. They cannot recover quickly from disturbance. A coral that takes centuries to grow cannot regrow in decades. A population that reproduces once every few decades cannot rebound from sudden collapse. The abyss teaches us that resilience has limits, and that those limits are easy to exceed if we do not tread carefully. It is a reminder that the systems we depend on are not invincible, and that their protection requires restraint and foresight. The Molloy Deep offers ethical lessons too. It forces us to confront questions about responsibility and stewardship. This is a realm that existed long before us, and will outlast us if we allow it to. It is a place that plays a crucial role in regulating the planet's climate, recycling its nutrients, and sustaining its biodiversity. It is not a blank slate to be exploited or a void to be filled. It is a living system, and our actions have consequences here just as they do on land and in the atmosphere. The abyss asks us to think not just about what we can do, but about what we should do. Should we mine its minerals if doing so risks destroying ecosystems we barely understand? Should we disturb its sediments if they hold records of Earth's climate history stretching back millions of years? Should we treat it as a dumping ground for our waste simply because it is out of sight? These are not scientific questions, but ethical ones, and they demand thoughtful answers. The abyss also teaches us about perspective. On the surface, human concerns loom large. Politics, economies, cultures, conflicts. In the Molloy Deep, they shrink to insignificance. Down here, the planet's deep rhythms continue regardless of what happens above. Currents flow as they have for millennia. Microbes metabolize as they did long before humans walked the earth. Geological forces shape the seafloor on timescales that render our civilizations ephemeral. This perspective is not meant to diminish us, but to situate us. It reminds us that we are part of a much larger story, one that began long before us, and will continue long after we are gone. It invites us to act with humility and long-term vision, to make decisions that consider not just the next decade or century, but the next 1,000 or million years. In its own quiet way, the Molloy Deep even offers a lesson about hope. It shows us that life can endure almost anything. It has survived mass extinctions, ice ages, and asteroid impacts. It has adapted to crushing pressure, perpetual darkness, and near-freezing temperatures. It has found ways to flourish in conditions we once thought uninhabitable. This is not naive optimism. It is a testament to the tenacity of life. It suggests that, even in the face of the challenges we have created, climate change, pollution, acidification, life will find ways to persist. That does not absolve us of responsibility, but it does offer a reason to believe that the story of Earth is far from over. Ultimately, the lessons of the Molloy Deep are not about the deep itself. They are about us, about how we see the world and how we choose to live within it. The abyss teaches us that knowledge is always partial, that resilience requires adaptation, that everything is connected, that patience is essential, that life is more inventive than we imagine, that fragility is real, that responsibility is unavoidable, that perspective matters, and that hope is justified. These are not abstract ideas. They are practical guides to living on a changing planet. To descend into the Molloy Deep is to descend into the heart of Earth's story. It is to encounter the processes that shape our world at their most fundamental and their most extreme. It is to see life stripped to its essentials and to understand the conditions that make it possible. It is to confront the scale of the planet and the limits of our knowledge, and it is to emerge with a deeper appreciation for the complexity, resilience, and beauty of the world we inhabit. The abyss does not lecture or demand. It simply is. It flows and accumulates and endures. It holds its lessons in silence, waiting for us to notice them. And when we do, we find that they are not just about the deep ocean. They are about everything, about the planet, about life, about the future. They are lessons we need now more than ever as we navigate a century of unprecedented change and uncertainty. The Molloy Deep does not give us answers, but it shows us where to look for them, in connection, in adaptation, in humility, in care. And if we listen, if we learn, the darkness becomes less a void and more a guide, a teacher waiting patiently, as it has for millions of years, for us to understand. The Molloy Deep is often described as timeless, a place where change unfolds so slowly it seems not to happen at all. Down here, beneath kilometres of frigid water and shifting ice, currents move at a crawl, sediments accumulate grain by grain, and ecosystems evolve over spans of time so long they blur into geological history. But even in this realm of patience and stability, the future is pressing in. The Arctic is transforming faster than any other part of the planet, and those transformations will not stop at the surface. They will cascade downward, reshaping the abyss in ways that are difficult to predict and impossible to ignore. The deep future of the Arctic, and of the Molloy Deep within it, will not be a simple continuation of the past. It will be a new chapter in the story of this hidden world, written by forces both ancient and newly unleashed. At the centre of this future is climate change. The Arctic is warming at more than twice the global average, and that accelerated warming is driving profound shifts across the region. Sea ice is retreating earlier in the spring and forming later in the autumn. Permafrost is thawing, releasing greenhouse gases that accelerate warming further. Glaciers are melting, altering the flow of fresh water into the ocean. These changes, visible and dramatic at the surface, ripple downward into the deep. As sea ice retreats, the salinity and density of surface waters shift. altering the formation of deep water that sinks into basins like the Molloy Deep. That deep water is the heartbeat of the abyss, delivering oxygen and nutrients, driving circulation and connecting the deep ocean to the global climate system. If the formation of that water slows or changes course, the entire character of the deep ocean could shift with it. Some models suggest that the global conveyor belt, the vast network of currents driven by temperature and salinity differences, could weaken significantly as the climate warms. If that happens, the deep waters that now flow steadily into the Molloy Deep may slow to a trickle, or their composition may change. The delivery of oxygen could decline. The residence time of water in the basin could increase, altering its chemical makeup. Nutrient transport could shift, reshaping the base of the deep-sea food web. These changes would not happen overnight. They would unfold over decades or centuries. But once begun, they would be difficult to reverse, setting the abyss on a new trajectory that could last for millennia. The future of the Arctic's ice will also play a decisive role. Sea ice is more than a seasonal veneer. It is a fundamental component of the polar system. Its formation drives the sinking of dense water. Its retreat alters the amount of sunlight reaching the ocean, influencing productivity and the flux of organic matter into the deep. Its presence or absence affects weather patterns, ocean circulation, and the exchange of heat and moisture between ocean and atmosphere. As the Arctic transitions toward a seasonally ice-free state, something that could happen within decades, all of these processes will change. The deep will feel those changes in the form of altered temperature, salinity, and circulation patterns, as well as changes in the timing and magnitude of the food that rains down from above. That rain of food, marine snow and sinking organic matter, is likely to change in quantity and quality as the surface transforms. Longer, ice-free seasons could extend the period of primary productivity, increasing the amount of organic material reaching the deep. But changes in stratification and nutrient supply could also limit productivity, reducing that flux. The composition of the sinking material may change too, as shifts in plankton communities at the surface ripple down the food chain. These changes will reshape the rhythms of life in the Molloy Deep. Species adapted to steady, predictable food supplies may struggle, while those capable of exploiting pulses and fluctuations may thrive. Entire ecosystems could reorganize around new patterns of productivity. Warming will also affect the physical properties of the deep. Even a slight increase in temperature reduces the solubility of oxygen, which could lead to declining oxygen levels in deep waters. This, combined with changes in circulation, could create oxygen minimum zones in areas that are now well oxygenated, forcing species to adapt, migrate, or perish. Warming could also alter the stability of methane hydrates, ice-like compounds that trap vast amounts of methane in deep-sea sediments. As temperatures rise, some of these hydrates could destabilize, releasing methane into the water column and potentially into the atmosphere. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas, and its release could amplify warming in a feedback loop with global consequences. The chemistry of the deep ocean is likely to shift as well. Ocean acidification, driven by rising atmospheric carbon dioxide, will continue to intensify, lowering pH levels throughout the water column. This will affect organisms that rely on calcium carbonate for their shells and skeletons, including many deep-sea corals and plankton. It will also influence chemical reactions in sediments, altering nutrient cycling and the availability of trace metals. Over time, these chemical shifts could reshape the composition and function of deep-sea ecosystems, favouring some species over others and changing the balance of microbial processes that underpin the deep ocean's role in the global carbon cycle. Human activity will almost certainly play an increasingly significant role in shaping the deep future of the Molloy Deep. As Arctic sea ice retreats, previously inaccessible regions will open to shipping, fishing and resource extraction. Increased shipping traffic will bring noise, pollution, and the risk of accidents into waters that have long been shielded by ice. Fishing fleets may expand northward in pursuit of shifting stocks, altering food webs and potentially depleting species that play crucial roles in deep-sea ecosystems. Deep-sea mining, once limited by technological and economic constraints, may become viable in new areas, posing risks to habitats that have remained undisturbed for millions of years. Even scientific exploration, if not carefully managed, could introduce disturbance into fragile ecosystems that recover only over geological timescales. Yet the future is not solely a story of loss or degradation. It is also a story of adaptation by both the planet and by us. The Molloy Deep has endured immense changes before. It has seen ice sheets advance and retreat, sea levels rise and fall by hundreds of meters, and climates swing between extremes. Life here has survived asteroid impacts and mass extinctions, adapting and evolving in ways that allowed it to persist through upheaval. There is no reason to think it will not continue to do so. The question is not whether the deep will endure, but what form it will take, and how our actions will influence that form. Humanity too has the capacity to shape the deep future for the better. Policies that reduce greenhouse gas emissions can slow warming, preserving the processes that sustain deep circulation and oxygenation. International agreements can protect vulnerable ecosystems from mining and overfishing, giving them time to adapt to changing conditions. Advances in technology can allow us to monitor and study the deep with less impact, providing the knowledge we need to make informed decisions. Even seemingly small actions, reducing pollution, improving waste management, shifting to sustainable energy, can ripple downward, mitigating some of the pressures on the abyss. Our understanding of the Molloy Deep is still in its infancy, but it is growing. With each expedition, each sample, each data set, we refine our picture of how this system works and how it might change. We learn how water masses form and flow, how nutrients cycle, how life adapts. We uncover feedback loops and tipping points, points of vulnerability and resilience. This knowledge is not just academic, it is the foundation on which we can build strategies to protect the deep and the planet as a whole. The future is not predetermined, it is shaped by the choices we make now. Looking forward, it is likely that the Molloy Deep will not remain as it is today. Its waters will be warmer, more acidic, and perhaps less oxygenated. Its circulation patterns will shift, its ecosystems will reorganize, its sediments will record new chapters in Earth's history, chapters written by human hands as well as by natural forces. It will bear the imprint of a planet in flux, but it will still be here. Its darkness will remain. Its pressure will still crush anything not built to withstand it. Life will still find ways to endure in its depths. And in that endurance, there is continuity, a reminder that even as the world changes, some things persist. The deep future of the Arctic is not something that will happen far away or far off. It is unfolding now, shaped by every ton of carbon we emit, every policy we pass, every choice we make about how we live and what we value. It is written into the retreat of the ice, the shift of the currents, the chemistry of the water. And it is written too into the actions we take to protect what remains, the emissions we cut, the ecosystems we shield, the knowledge we seek. The abyss will reflect those choices back to us, not tomorrow or next year, but over centuries and millennia. In that sense, the Molloy Deep is not just a place to study, it is a future to shape. It shows us the stakes of our actions and the scale of their consequences. It invites us to think beyond the next election cycle or business quarter, beyond even our own lifetimes, and to imagine the kind of planet we want to leave behind. It reminds us that the story of the deep is the story of Earth itself, vast, slow, interconnected, and profoundly shaped by the choices of those who inhabit it. The deep future will come, whether we prepare for it or not. The Molloy Deep will change, whether we act or remain passive. But how it changes, and what that change means for the planet as a whole, is still, in part, up to us. The abyss has survived cataclysms before. It will survive us too. The question is whether we will survive ourselves, and whether we will choose to be part of the deep story not as a fleeting disruption, but as careful stewards of a planet whose hidden heart beats far below the ice. The journey into the Molloy Deep always begins with a sense of distance. It is a world apart, thousands of meters below the reach of sunlight, sealed in cold and darkness and pressure so immense it defies comprehension. It feels as though it exists outside of time, untouched by the winds and waves and weather that shape the surface. And yet, as we rise from its depths, as we leave behind the silt and silence and begin the long ascent toward the world we know, that sense of distance begins to blur. The deep is not separate. It never was. It is part of the same planet, bound by the same forces, linked by the same currents of matter and energy and life. Returning to the surface is not so much a departure from the abyss as a rejoining of the larger whole it has always belonged to, and that we have always been part of too. It takes hours for a vehicle to ascend from the floor of the Molloy Deep to the light above, a slow and deliberate climb through layer upon layer of water, each with its own character and story. Near the bottom, the water is dense and still, shaped by centuries of isolation. As we rise, faint traces of motion appear, slow-moving deep currents carrying water that last touched the surface hundreds of years ago. Higher still, the water becomes more dynamic, stirred by eddies and internal waves, laced with signals from storms and seasons above. Eventually, somewhere around 1,000 meters, the faintest glimmers of light begin to appear, scattered photons from a sun that has never reached the abyss. They are weak and fleeting at first, more suggestion than illumination, but they grow stronger with every meter. The darkness thins, the pressure eases, and the cold begins to relent. The world changes subtly but steadily, until the blackness that once seemed eternal gives way to the soft blue glow of the upper ocean. This upward journey is more than just a physical ascent. It is a metaphor for understanding. The deeper we go, the more the world strips itself down to its fundamentals: chemistry, physics, life at its most elemental. Down there, the noise of the surface fades, and we are left with the raw processes that shape the planet. Rising back through the layers, we see how those fundamentals build complexity, how simple chemical gradients give rise to ecosystems, how the slow movements of water shape weather and climate, how the buried history of sediments informs the future of continents and seas. Each layer is a page in the story of Earth, and the Molloy Deep is not the last page but the first, the foundation upon which everything above is built. As the light strengthens and the surface draws nearer, the connections between abyss and atmosphere come into sharper focus. The water rising from the deep carries nutrients that fuel blooms of phytoplankton, which in turn feed fish and whales and the vast web of marine life that sustains human societies. The carbon stored in the sediments below regulates the concentration of greenhouse gases in the air above. The circulation patterns that drive the deep ocean influence the climate that shapes ecosystems and economies on land. The abyss and the surface are not opposites. They are partners in a planetary system that has been in motion for hundreds of millions of years. What happens in one reverberates through the other, and neither can be understood in isolation. Returning to the surface also means returning with perspective. The Molloy Deep changes the way we see the world above, not because it is alien, but because it is so profoundly Earth. It shows us the scale of planetary processes and the timescales on which they operate. It reveals the deep roots of the climate we experience, the hidden mechanisms that sustain life, the ancient rhythms that underpin the modern world. It reminds us that what we see at the surface, the weather, the seasons, the migrations, the cycles of growth and decay, is only the visible expression of a vast, intricate system that extends far below. It teaches us that the boundaries we draw between surface and deep, atmosphere and ocean, human and natural, are illusions. The reality is a seamless whole. There is a responsibility that comes with this perspective. The Molloy Deep is not just a curiosity to be explored or a backdrop for scientific discovery. It is a vital part of the planet's living system, one that moderates the climate, recycles nutrients and sustains biodiversity. Its health is tied to ours. Its stability underpins the conditions that make life possible. And yet, as we've seen, it is vulnerable to the same forces that threaten the surface: warming, acidification, pollution, exploitation. The deep may be resilient, but it is not invincible. To return to the surface without recognizing this would be to miss the most important lesson the abyss has to offer: that we are bound to it, and it to us, and that our fate is inseparable from its own. That recognition calls for a shift in how we think about our place on this planet. It asks us to move beyond the idea of the deep as a distant alien realm, and to see it instead as part of our home. It asks us to extend the idea of stewardship downward, to include not just the forests and rivers and skies, but the trenches and basins and sediments that lie far below. It asks us to act with foresight and humility, to make choices that protect not just the world we see, but the one we do not. It asks us to see the Molloy Deep not as a mystery to be solved and then forgotten, but as a living system that demands care and respect. As we break through the final layers of water and emerge into the sunlight, it is easy to feel that we're leaving the deep behind. The air is warmer, the waves are brighter, the sky stretches endlessly above. But the abyss is still with us. It is beneath the hull of the ship, beneath the drifting ice, beneath the surface currents that ripple across the sea. It is part of every breath we take, every meal we eat, every drop of rain that falls. It is part of the climate that shapes our lives, the oxygen that fills our lungs, the carbon that builds our cells. The Molloy Deep is not somewhere else. It is here, woven into the fabric of the world we inhabit. And so the return to the surface is not an ending, it is a continuation. The questions that began in the darkness, about life, about resilience, about connection, do not end with the first touch of sunlight. They grow and multiply and follow us back into the world above. They shape how we think about the planet and our place within it. They remind us that exploration is not just about discovery, but about understanding. And that understanding is not just about knowledge, but about responsibility. The Molloy Deep will remain, as it has for millions of years, in darkness and silence far below the ice. It will continue to shape the planet in ways we are only beginning to grasp. It will continue to harbour life that defies our expectations and challenges our definitions. It will continue to record the history of Earth grain by grain, layer by layer, and it will continue to wait for the next expedition, the next question, the next moment when we remember that the story of the deep is our story too. We emerge into the light changed, not because the deep has transformed us, but because it has shown us what was always true, that the surface and the abyss are not separate worlds but parts of the same whole, that the planet is not a collection of isolated systems but a single living entity, that our actions echo far beyond what we can see. The return is not a retreat but a beginning, an invitation to see the world anew, to act with care and curiosity, and to remember that even in the brightest sunlight, the deep is always there, shaping the world beneath our feet and the future that lies ahead.